Good morning. My name is Cándido Caballero Gil, and I will be the co-chair of this workshop, the second workshop of the UMIL. The first chair is presented in the room. So, Dr. Hui-Wan Sang, are you there?
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Hui-Wan Zhang.
Okay, if you want, you can present the talks today, or you prefer I do? Yes, you prefer I do?
Maybe I can
Okay.
help the instant
I will
other
do.
academic background.
Don't
Yeah,
worry.
my honor. But I guess let us check if all speakers today are present now. The first one is Jill, yes, and the second one is me. The third one Xueshan. The third one is Xinyi. Okay, yeah, let's start.
You can do it. You can present. I think Ji Hao is not here for the exploring learning engagement of higher vocational. Oh, yes. He's here or she's here. I'm not sure. Exploring learning and engagement of higher vocational college students in MAL will be presented for Ji Hao. So you can start.
Yeah, so I can say Jie is present now. So hello, Jie. Do you start now?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So let me share the screen.
Hi, you are silenced. If you
How?
Go ahead. You can start when you want.
Yes, I can start. Okay, so can you see my PowerPoint? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Now, let's begin. Okay, it's my pleasure to make a presentation about my paper. It is the first time I've joined such an important conference. Yes, I am Jie from Guangdong Industry Polytechnic, Guangzhou, Guangdong, China. My topic is exploring learning engagement of higher vocational college students in mobile assisted language learning and more. And yes. And my contents include the following 4 parts: research questions and methods, results and discussion, limitations and future research. Even though computers and mobile devices are widely applied to language teaching and learning, few attempts have been made to explore the learning engagement of higher vocational college students in more environments. Most studies in the field of student engagement have only focused on undergraduates. In the study, we set out to answer the following 2 questions. And the first one, what is the overall situation of higher vocational college students learning engagement in more? And second, is there any gender or profession difference of higher vocational college students learning engagement in more? The participants in this study are college students from a higher vocational college in Guangzhou, China. A total of 424 questionnaires were sent out, and 339 were valid, with effective recovery of 80%. The data of 339 students were analyzed in the survey. All the participants have 1 or 2 year experience of using mobile devices in English classes. The instrument of the study was adapted from existing validated scales. All analyses were carried out using online statistical analysis software SPSAU, and the data were analyzed from the 3 dimensions: behavioral engagement, emotional engagement, and cognitive engagement. And the study investigates the overall situation of higher vocational college students learning engagement in more environments. First of all, the descriptive statistics reveal that higher vocational college students learning engagement in more environment is not at a low level. The mean values of the 3 dimensions are ranging from 3.901 to 4.001. Emotional engagement performs best with a mean score of 4.001, while cognitive engagement shows the lowest level. The mean is 3.901. The results indicate that higher vocational college students show positive engagement in learning, but students' learning strategies need further improving. Second, the findings show that there's no significant gender differences between male and female students on learning engagement in more environments. Due to limited data available, no significant result is only the result in this study. We can see that the p-values are all above 0.05. Third, the investigation shows that there's no significant profession difference on emotional and cognitive engagement, but a significant profession difference exists on behavioral engagement in more environments. The results show that art students and science and engineering students have a higher level of behavioral engagement than English major students. Limited data and scope may be one important factor for these results. The data was collected from 1 or several classes in one vocational college, not in a very large scope. Another important reason is that learning engagement is influenced by a variety of factors. Individual and environmental elements should be considered. Thus, the results may be influenced by the class learning atmosphere, environments, teaching methods, interaction with peers and teachers. It is equally possible that students who have good academic results may be disengaged from learning tasks and school activities. And the last part, limitations and future research. derived from the theory of learning engagement and based on the results of the former research. This study investigated the overall situation of higher vocational college students' learning engagement in more environments. Our findings may not reflect all the phenomena in more environments. The main weakness of the study is the small sample size and limited scope. Another limitation of the study is the measurement of learning engagement has been conducted only via survey items and questionnaire. In spite of its limitations, the study certainly adds to our understanding of the higher vocational college students' learning engagement in more environments. Further investigation using a broader range of samples could shed more light on students' learning engagement. Future studies could employ more rigorous data collection methods such as teacher self-report and observation, student self-report observation, or stratified sampling to improve the data quality. That's all. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Yi. It's very interesting. Is there any question here or in the Zoom room? Yes.
Okay. So just wait a minute because the absence of previous chair Hao Ranxie, so as the temporary chair, I'd like to maybe conduct the Q&A session for Jio's presentation. For audience online and offline, if anyone had some questions to ask? Nope. Yeah, because I think it's an interesting study to talk about the higher vocational college students. So anyone, any questions? No? Okay.
Okay, thank
Fine.
you.
Okay, thanks. So let's continue to the second one.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we continue with the second talk of today, that its name is Using Vicarious Learning Feedback Videos as Self-Directed Learning Resources in a LMOOC Context, presented by Huan Zhang. When you want.
Yeah, so it's me again. Let me start my screen sharing. Just wait a minute because I need to open my slides. This way, I guess. Just wait a minute. I need to maybe reopen my slides since it's told me I cannot share it. Oh, sorry for keep you waiting. Sorry for that. Let me check. Yeah. Oh, forget it. I will share my desktop. Okay, this way. I guess all of you here, audience and directors, you can see my screen, right? Wow,
Yes,
thanks,
yes.
you nod and give me some feedback. Okay, so my study is about the vicarious feedback videos, and I conducted the study together with my supervisor, Wei. We set our study. So the first question for my study is, what is vicarious feedback videos? Because I guess most of you here are eager to know that. It's a weird and a little bit new definition, right? Actually, this kind of vicarious feedback videos refers to general feedback to general audience. Students take the advantage of feedback openness to observe the comments to others. And then they are expected to realize their own mistakes and then to make further revisions to their own work, that kind of thing. Because previously, research concentrates more on knowledge transmission model. Students are considered to be only the information receivers. As long as information is given to students, they can accept and achieve the learning outcomes, right? It's the previous, or the traditional beliefs. But now it changed. The current research concentrates more on student-centered style. So they are put in the center of learning process, and their autonomy or their learning motivation are highly valued. And similarly, the research focus is transferred from teacher-supervised one to student-directed one. So our researchers expect that students can gain more self-regulation in their online learning process to take more autonomy, where they can develop their self-directed learning strategies. And also the COVID-19, although it's nearly past, but within the past 2 or 3 years of that, a lot of lessons have to be taken. We think there is a need for us to explore how to achieve better efficacy for online learners to benefit their learning processes. And since we mentioned the vicarious feedback videos, there are also the other 2 types of visual feedback, as we can see here. The first one is called synchronous video mediated feedback. It's the commonly used one, actually. We all know it. It refers to teachers give personalized feedback based on students' performance, and then students watch the videos to correct themselves. And the second one is called asynchronous recorded video mediated feedback. So in this way, teachers at first record students' performance and then play these videos in front of students to tell them, to show them what is correct, what is wrong, and how to improve themselves with verbal explanations. So in this way, students can understand their performance visually and directly. And the vicarious visual feedback we just mentioned is the third type, but regretfully, it's received less attention. So we think there is a need to explore this kind of feedback for a larger scale and to create an open online learning community for online learners. So that comes to our research questions. What are the online language learners' preferences, and what are the underlying reasons? And because our study is an empirical one, so of course we need to collect the data. So our study is conducted in a government-funded Chinese learning program based in Hong Kong, and also a teacher training university in the Greater Bay Area. And within the learning program, there are some online topic-based Chinese courses. Some online learners, they are foreigners. They registered the learning program to learn Chinese, the second language. We send invitations to them. And finally, only 16 online learners accepting our invitation to be participants and to take the semi-structured interviews. And we just mentioned the focus is vicarious visual feedback, right? So to develop our research materials, we developed some videos. As you can see here, 2 screenshots. The first one is teacher type of vicarious visual feedback. And the second one is peer discussion type of vicarious visual feedback. So there are two types. So let's see what's our research results. Quantitatively, we can have a look at the table here. We can see the teacher visual feedback in both two rounds are watched more frequently with the times of 41 and 66. So that means online learners, they click it to watch it more than the peer discussion video. And for the peer discussion video, we can see the percentage viewed at the third column here with a proportion of 91 and 62. So that means the proportion of online learners to watch peer video is higher. So engage more in the peer discussion video than watching teacher video. That's our quantitative results. But why? Why students do that? Why they watch more frequently about the teacher video but engaged more on the peer video? That's the reason we want to explore. So we take semi-structured interviews and to share their learning experience. And we can see here for the teacher video, students told us they think the teacher video reflect their desired performance, because we know teachers always the model for us to learn. We want to follow teacher, to copy teacher's performance. So the students, they told us they regard teachers' performance as their ultimate learning goals. They want to follow and copy. So they watch more frequently about this kind of video. And also, they preferred teachers' interpretations towards performance and also the elaborations towards marking rubrics. So that's a reason why they watched more. And for the peer video, do you remember that? We've discovered that students are engaged more on this kind of peer video. But why? Students told us at first, they will do peer evaluation. When they watch the video, there are two online learners, right? They discuss with each other. So students will think by themselves, who is higher in proficiency and who is lower proficient, that kind of thing. They will evaluate automatically. And later they will do self-reflection. So they will tell themselves, okay, I shouldn't do that kind of similar mistake compared with the videos, because the online learners in the video, they did this kind of mistake. I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't follow that. I should avoid that kind of mistake. Yeah, so that's the reasons we discovered. And I guess that's all for my study and presentation. That's my email address, and feel free to contact me and discuss with me. And nope.
Thank you.
That's fine. Feel free
Yes.
to contact me. Thanks.
Yes, I have one question. It's very interesting, the topic that you have presented. And I have a question because the vicarious videos has difference with the normal videos, I think, no? But
Yeah.
what is the main difference you can, you can interact with any way with the videos, or is the peer evaluation at the end the big difference with normal videos?
Because I just mentioned the normal visual feedback as teacher watched my performance and teacher gives feedback. But this kind we developed as students watch the general feedback video to general audience. Just imagine the YouTube channel and YouTube videos. One YouTuber just give the video, the feedback to all audience, because the YouTuber don't know what's the target audience, right? So he or she just give a general feedback. And our audience, when watching the YouTuber or these videos, we observe the useful comments which is suitable to ourselves. So that's the difference, I guess. I hope I explained it or not. Do you need more explanations or more
No,
comments?
it's okay. It's okay. I was thinking because I have another question because I saw that the view frequency in the table that you present, the second or third page, it's not a percentage. I think it's the number of people.
But I guess because of the internet connection problems, could you say your comments again? Sorry for that. I just understand the last part of your comments. Could you say it again?
Yes, the number of times that people view the videos, I think is bigger than the number of students. It could be the number of times that the students see the videos is bigger than the number of students. It's because they see the video many times or not. Yes, I think
it's because of what? Because I just reported the times when see the teacher's video is higher. Could you say more about the possible reasons? Oops, it seems there is some problems about internet. Could you say more about the reasons you think?
Yes, no, it's not important. It's only the number of times that people view the videos. It's bigger than the number of students in the study.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
This is because they see the video many times, or maybe they see some part of the videos and it's counted, I suppose.
Okay, I think because we posted these videos online, so they can see every screenshots of the videos before they click it. They have the autonomy to click, maybe either the teachers or students, but most of them choose to click the teacher's video more. So we guess that is because, and also according to the interview transcripts, we think that's because students, of course, they want to follow teachers when they want to learn new knowledge.
Yes.
Of course, need to follow the right one, right? But they attracted more by their peers, so they watch longer time about the peers' performance. That's interesting.
Okay, thank you very much. So if
Thank
there
you.
are any questions? No? Okay. So we can continue. The third the third presentation of today is blended learning approach in English teaching, effectiveness and challenge by Sukshan Sang. Is presented? Yes, I think.
Yes, I'm here. So let me share my screen. So you can see my screen, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Zhang Xueshan from Hong Kong Polytechnic University. The title of my thesis is Blended Learning Approach in English Teaching, Effectivenesses and Challenges. 3 parts for today's presentation: introduction and a review of empirical studies on blended learning approach, English teaching and learning, and then conclusion. Let's zoom in the first part, introduction. In the last few decades, blended learning approach has been advocated by educationalists. According to Driscoll, the connotation of blended learning is quite flexible as it denotes a mixture of different things, such as different instruction methods, diverse teaching pedagogies, and a combination of physical and virtual classroom study. Sang emphasized that the use of blended learning approach enables organizations to provide right content in the right format to the right people at right time. This paper focused on related empirical research to document the latest data-driven research has been conducted and to identify gaps of understandings of benefits and challenges of adopting blended learning approach in English teaching. Empirical studies were selected from Scopus and Web of Science, and the search term, blended learning approach, English teaching and learning was used, and the initial research found 92 articles. After selecting, 9 studies remained. Among them, 5 of them focused on stakeholders' perception, and 3 of them discussed the effectiveness of blended learning approach, improving learners' specific language skill, and the final one focused on improving learners' study autonomy by adopting this learning mode. Let's move on to the details of the studies related to stakeholders' perception. These 3 studies adopted different design. The first one is a mixture of live virtual classroom and asynchronous online learning platform at a Thailand university. And the second one is a mixture of face-to-face learning on the online learning platform MOOC at a Chinese university. And the last one is a mixture of online and offline learning for master students at a Ukraine university. All these 3 studies reported a favorable perception of stakeholders toward blended learning approach. However, they reported different challenges. For the first one, the learning approach was less effective in improving students' oral and writing skills due to the lack of immediate feedbacks because of the function of the learning platform. For the second one, the online learning was additional. Therefore, learners were overwhelmed by the online tasks. And for the last one, it reported the inequality of technical support facilities and infrastructures. And these 2 studies did not focus on particular course, but teachers' general attitude toward the innovative pedagogy. These 2 studies found that teachers still lacked related knowledge, skills, experience, and enough time to design and implement blended learning approach. And also for the second study, it also reported that university English teachers had a better understanding of blended learning approach compared with teachers from other educational levels. And also teachers do not have sufficient support. And for studies focused on the effectiveness of this approach in improving students' language skills, these 3 studies focused on different specific language skills. For the first study, participants were divided into 3 groups: the traditional approach, the blended learning approach, and the virtual teaching approach. It is reported that the virtual teaching approach was the most significant in improving students' learners' reading skills, and because of learners increase their confidence in reading comprehension, so they perform better. As this study is a quantitative study, it failed to provide in-depth explanation for this phenomenon. The second study reported that the blended learning approach had remarkable effect on the improvement of learners' oral accuracy and fluency, but not complexity. Because of teachers' immediate feedback and the easy access to the correct pronunciation audio files, students improved their oral accuracy significantly, and because of the flexibility of online learning and reduced learners' anxiety for the oral practice, learners' oral fluency was improved. But because of their concern about making mistakes, the complexity of oral English was not changed, obviously. However, the study did not focus whether the impact of the learning mode have a long-term effect on students' oral competency improvement. And for the last study, it focused on students' writing quality. It reported that this learning mode was effective in improving students' writing skills as well as their engagement, because it enables the students to gain deeper and meaningful learning by watching vivid videos. And students finished online tasks with prompt feedback, and also they completed collaborative tasks with peers, and they can obtain individualized instruction. And for this last study, it focused on the students' learning motivation and their autonomous learning ability. Students had to finish the learning task before class with technical support and rich resources, and they also have to finish the knowledge extension activities after the situational communication and face-to-face class. Researchers in this study continuously collected stakeholders' perception of the design of the blended learning and to optimize its function. they reported that this learning mode is helpful in turning learners in efficient passive learning into effective active learning. However, it failed to testify the long-term impact of this learning mode on learners' autonomous learning ability. In summary, all these studies acknowledge the positive impact of this learning mode and the favorable attitudes of their stakeholders. However, all these studies faced different challenges because these challenges were susceptible to specific and concrete contexts. Therefore, managers and teacher educators should pay attention to in-service teachers' voices and learners' opinions about these learning modes, the design, and try to find supportive strategies. In addition, more studies are needed to examine the long-term impact of blended learning approach on students' language skill and learning ability. Finally, more studies are needed to pay attention to primary and secondary education contexts. And here are the conferences for this presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Perfect. Is there any question or online?
Personally, I very like this kind of idea about blended learning. So I just wonder, for Xueshan, do you have any plan to conduct any meta-analysis of this blended learning studies? Because I guess there are loads of related studies.
Yes, because of the limited space of this paper, I just reviewed the latest empirical studies, but I think that your idea is very, I think I should conduct more, I should review just like systematic review or more empirical studies to provide maybe conclusions and implications for future research that would be much more meaningful than this one, I guess.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any question? No? Okay, then continue with the last talk of today. Its name is Flipped Data Science Classroom with Peer Instruction and Just-in-Time Teaching, Students' Perception and Learning Experience. But will be presented, I'm not sure, Hauran C or?
Yeah, C, yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to present, yeah. Okay. So you can see my slides now, right? Okay, so I'm going to start. So thank you, everyone. In our study, we want to examine students' perception and learning experience towards a flipped data classroom with peer instruction and just-in-time teaching. So here's our agenda. So let me introduce you some basic concepts and our research model and research design. And then we talk about our research results and discuss some key issues. And finally, we come to our conclusion. So first of all, I will introduce you some basic concept about flipped classroom, peer instruction, and just-in-time teaching. So what is flipped classroom? It is an instructional model that makes learning activities conducted in the classroom become home activities. As you see in this picture, in a traditional learning model, the instructor will give their lectures at the classroom and assign students to finish their homework at home. But in the flipped mode, the students were required to watch the instructional videos at home, and they come to the classroom for group discussion, and the teachers will give feedback for them. This model is quite frequently adopted in the flipped data classroom, in the data learning class, because both of this approach and data science class emphasize on student-centered learning. This flipped approach helps to construct students' knowledge because students can easily access information and resources and clearly understand the assessment criteria. It also provide rich collaborative opportunities during the class as they came to the school for discussion. It also helped to improve learning motivation because students need to plan their after-class time reasonably, which helps them to achieve self-regulated learning. But there is one problem in this flipped classroom approach is that the teachers might have difficulties in looking at where the students' learning progress, which means they're uncertain whether students can finish the pre-class learning activities at home. So we integrated this peer instruction model in that. Peer instruction is an interactive approach that supports student-centered learning by allowing students to construct their own understanding through a question-based approach with peer instruction. In this model, the instructor will pose a question to the student in the first place, and students were required to answer the question individually. And after that, they would discuss with their peers, and they may make adjustment to their answers based on the discussion. And the teacher will finally summarize the content and give their feedback to them. Just-in-time teaching is the pre-class part of the peer instruction. It is a set of online pre-instruction assignments that prepare students before class, which extends classroom instruction via the web. It includes a set of online assignments such as reading, watching videos, completing exercise, and reporting learning difficulties regarding the assignment. As there are some similarities in these three concepts, so we integrate it into our model. Because the peer instruction requires students to understand the key knowledge before coming to the classroom, so it is quite aligned with the flipped classroom. Besides, the just-in-time teaching also requires students to finish a set of exercise before coming to class, so they are quite similar with the flipped classroom. As we mentioned before, the flipped classroom has one problem that the teachers have difficulties to assess students. So by integrating these two concepts in flipped classroom, it helps to create a feedback loop between students' online learning at home and interaction in class. Research also indicated that integrating peer instruction and just-in-time teaching into a flipped classroom was better than the traditional flipped classroom approach. So we believe this model was quite fit in the data science classroom as well. So this is our research design. For the pre-class learning part, the students were required to watch the instructional video and finish the online exercise. Due to the pandemic issue, the in-class learning activities will conduct while Zoom. So the teachers will give their lectures while Zoom, and students complete the online discussion, and teachers will give summary and give feedback to the students. This study was conducted in a local university in Hong Kong for a semester-long data science classroom. We used questionnaire to assess students' perception and learning attitudes. For the first part of the questionnaire, it consists of 3 questions to assess overall experience of learning with flipped learning model. For the second part, it has 7 questions to measure students' attitudes towards the course material. We also included an open-ended question on how to improve the flipped model as well. We use a 5-point Likert scale, which 1 indicated strongly disagree and 5 indicated strongly agree. So here is the example of our flipped learning class materials. On the left-hand side, we can see an examples of the pre-class lecture notes. So students were required to read the notes and complete the online learning exercise. And it helps students to acquire some basic ideas of the key concepts. And for the in-class learning part, the teacher will give a quick review on the pre-class lecture notes to strengthen students' understanding of the key concept. And thereafter, the students discuss the in-class exercise with their peers to find out a common solution. And at last, the instructor revealed the answers, and the students could raise any question they have at the last stage. Here is another example of a flipped object-oriented programming concepts class. So similarly, the students would read the notes, read the examples and online exercise before they come into class. And when they come to class, the lecturer will give a quick review and conduct their online lecture and also online discussion as well. So here comes to our result. According to our questionnaire for the first part, overall experience of learning with flipped model, 85.7% of students feel this learning model allowed them to learn flexibility. And 71.4% of students feel they have greater independency and control over their learning. And 88.6% of students felt they enjoy of the just-in-time teaching and peer instructional model. For the second part, about the learning materials, most of the students feel the pre-class learning materials such as instructional videos are useful for their learning. For the in-class review part, they feel that it helped them to consolidate the knowledge. And for the in-class exercise, 92.8% of students felt they are useful and interesting, and the lecture notes are well designed as well. It also found that this flipped learning model helped to increase students' learning motivation, and the learning materials are user-friendly so that we can easily understand the materials. So overall, they feel that the design of the flipped materials is good. For the improvement for the flipped learning model, they suggest that more time should be given before the class so they can have more time for the pre-class and class learning. As some students were weak about data science and some coding process, so they suggest that teachers might introduce the key concept at the beginning of the semester. And they suggest that the answers given by the teacher should be uploaded to the learning platform after the class so they can revise and understand the answers better. So to conclude our review, to conclude our study, we found that the students have positive learning attitude towards the model because they can learn it with flexibility and independently. Also, as students could pause and rewatch the videos, so it gives them a greater independency and control over learning, which is the nature of flipped learning, student-centered. And for the class material, the instructional videos give them the basic understanding of the concepts, and the in-class exercise and discussion provide them with rich collaborative opportunities and adequate practice of critical thinking. We also provide some suggestions for this model. First of all, we suggest that we should give more time for pre-class learning activity. As also mentioned by other researchers, one of the issues of flipped learning is heavy workload and pre-class learning. So the lecturers need to upload their pre-class learning material at least 1 week before so that the student will have more time to learn the pre-class learning materials. Secondly, we need to conduct a teacher-led class-wide discussion because some students reported that they were not engaged during the group discussion. So a teacher-led class-wide discussion can be ensure everyone have opportunity to participate in the discussion. So here's come to our conclusion. We found that students enjoy flipped learning model and they had positive attitude towards the learning materials. But there are also some limitations in our research. For the first one is that our sample size is quite small, so future research can apply this model to a large sample size to get a generalizable result. Secondly, our research only use quantitative methods. Future study might choose to use qualitative research methods such as conducting an in-depth interview to get more understanding of our results. So this is all our results, and thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you. Okay, perfect. Is there any question? In the room? Online? Okay, I have just one. How you control the students to complete the learning activities, and what happens if the student don't complete the activities?
Because we use an online exercise on class, so if the students complete the exercise, they could get a mark for that. So we can see that students completed the exercise, and if they are not going to complete the exercise, they will be deducted some of the marks in their final grades. So that's our way to ensure that they would try to finish the pre-class learning activities.
Okay, and this is suitable for 14 students in Hong Kong, but it will be work for 100 students room, for example?
Because our sample size is quite small, it's only 14 students, but this model has been applied in other classrooms, such as language learning classroom. It has more sample size. So we believe that this model may be able to apply it in other classrooms as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mm.
Is there any other question? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This was the last presentation of this workshop, so we finish at this moment. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Nice day. Thank you.
Okay, we continue. Now we are going to present the keynote of today, Manuel Castro Gil. Manuel Castro received the Industrial Engineering degree and the PhD degree in Engineering from the Polytechnic University of Madrid. He has a long CV that you can see online in our web. He was the National University of Distance Education New Technologies Vice Rector, the UNED Information Service Director. He has had a lot of managing positions. He's also a member of the board of the Spanish International Solar Energy Society. He belongs to the organizing committee of the ICWL Educom and many others conference. So you can see all the CV online. And today he's going to present the talk, Educating Online Remote Future Engineering Leaders with Practical Competence. When you want.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here in Tenerife, in La Laguna. We go back to the normal time before the pandemic. It's a really pleasure, as I told you, to be here on site. Of course, we miss all the people that is online now. I know that far Asia is really complicated to move today yet, but I hope that next year all the people will be on site. I will talk about technology enhancing learning. I will talk about the importance and the relation between the practical competences and the technical enhancing learning. The synergy and the merging of the both areas are really important. I will do the 2 years, I will do 40 years in my university. I started in 1983. And in this moment, we have a really real distance university. Now we are online university, and all the universities after the pandemic, we are all blended. All the face-to-face universities have some part of online activities, forums, activities there, and all the distance universities are to online universities, having much more or less more activities there. And I will make this presentation. If you have any query, any question, you can send me an email. My email is in every place there, and we can have in any place there. No. Yes. This is the short story of the presentation today. My first message is that we are in a really changing world. We know in the last 3 years for the pandemic, we changed completely the way we think and the way we are approaching any activity there. It's really important to have this kind of thing because the world is multifaceted. Today with the metaverse, everything is changing again. We don't know exactly how long will be the metaverse, when will be completely integrated in our life. It will be. We have some startings on the Second Life and other really embedded and really immersive applications there. For some areas probably will work well, for other areas should be more complicated, but now we are in the changing way. And the world is multifaceted. We have a lot of different ways to see the activities, the day activities, the daily things there. And we'll talk a little bit about these things, mainly oriented to the practical activities, practical competences in engineering mainly, but in any other way of the academic life, we can talk about competences and practical competences. And in this case, in engineering, and we're talking about some things there regarding where we are and where we're going there. My first thing is to have some small tribute to some people that was before us or now in this moment. In my university, we have the really good luck to have a really good chair of distance education, Lorenzo García Aretio. He was the chair of the UNESCO chair there in my university for more than 20 years. And the best thing in 1989, he said that education is a process of intentional and comprehensive optimization of men and women oriented to the complete self-realization and active insertion in the nature, society, and culture. This is in 1989. And we said yesterday some things about the women engineering, about something of integration. It's really important there. One of the things that the distance university and the online university try to attack and try to be working it is to be more equality, less inequality, and have a lot of more equity of the people there. This is really important there, because the distance education and the open distance education try to improve, be integral, intentional, autonomous. This is really important for the people there, and socialization in our life there. Now Lorenzo was retired. He continued doing some work there, but now Ángeles is the new chair. Ángel Sánchez Elvira is the new chair in my university. Other of the pioneers people was Sir John Daniel. He was the vice chancellor in the Open University in UK. He was a lot of positions there. He's really active there, and he put a lot of trying to do things in the open and distance learning. He was really important there.
This meeting is being recorded.
The distance education and in the area of the mega schools, technology and teachers. And this is a really, really referent in our area. And now the last tribute and the last reference is for Tony Bates. He's a really active people today. He's really one of the best people. And he has a really clear idea of the things that the distance education, online education can do, and the things that cannot do. And where it's better to have a face-to-face activities, or where it's better to have a blended activities there, trying to mix the things there. The best things here is that, as we have here, the training and practices, but the good teaching may overcome a poor choice of technology. If you are really good teachers, you can have a really bad technology in your classroom, but the technology will never do a good teacher. Technology helps to you to have a best communication, a best activity there. But if you are not a good teacher and you're not a good presenter, a good communicator, it's really complicated that the technology will do all the work for you. We need to have both things. We have to be the best communicators, the best teachers, and of course, we have to be, in this case, to have the best technology there. Okay, we are changing the life, changing the things there. As I told you, in 1983, I started to work in distance learning in the UNED. I was close to 40 years there. And at this moment, we have a really separated areas. We have the distance world. UNED was the only distance university in Spain. We have following the way of the Open University in UK and other marks there. Major part of the activities in academy was in face-to-face, and a little bit was some mixed there. But in 2000, with the incorporation of the technology enhanced learning, the world was starting to change a little bit there. They was starting to change, and we have some bit more area of distance online learning, because a lot of new universities, a lot of new academics was to the online area. Face-to-face more or less maintained it, and the blended was starting to having more things there. We have here a lot of different areas of the blended learning. We have, of course, mixed. We have an area of distance, online, synchronous, asynchronous, formal, informal, BET, vocational activities and training, and so on there. But in the 2000 area, the MOOCs have a new challenges and a new changes in the blended learning activities. One of the MOOCs I really liked it is the DNA of a 21st century educator. He was a really good MOOC in the beginning of the age of the MOOCs. And more or less, the teacher in a really new environment of the online learning should be a super teacher there. You need to be like a Robocop, but for teaching, you need to do a lot of things there, because you not only have to bring to the students the contents, you have to put in there in assessment, you have to put in there in a critical learning, you have to put in there in engagement. It's the more complicated things to try to engage our students to have the best for your knowledge there. And you have to be reflection and transformation. All the things together is the things that a new teacher in the 21st century must do it to try to do it there. And in this moment, in the 2020, we are now in a really open area. Everything is mixed there. All the face-to-face universities have some part of online, has some part of blended learning. All the online learning universities and academies have a complete range of things there. In UNED, we maintain the distance centers where we have a face-to-face activities there. We are in online, we are in distance, but we have face-to-face activities there for the tutors. But major part of the things we have to do online. And we integrated all the area of the technology enhanced learning there. We integrated all these activities there. We integrated learning management systems, of course, as all the universities in the world, virtual, software, simulation, remote laboratories. This is the more important things in the practical competences I will let you know later on. Flipped classrooms, that was saving major part of the activities in the pandemic time there. Social media, pre-rolls, gamification, multimedia, immersive. Everything of this kind of technologies are really integrated there. And the main activity that a really good teacher has to do when they start to think about a new classes and new activities is which one of them will be put in your activities and how you will handle this kind of activities. And we are now in the time of the COVID, the time of the post-COVID. In the COVID, we have a really lot of work. I really like this image in the left, with it's a single person trying to move a really big square. This is a really, really exhausting activity. This was the thing as the major part of the teachers in the world was during the pandemic time. How to move a square, big marble thing, and how to move with all the lectures he has to do in online thing there. In the case of the people in online learning was a little bit easier because we know how to move a square ball. In this case, we put the square in a round ball and we move it there. And was a little bit easy, but not really easy for us too, because all our students was changing in the pandemic time. They have new issues, they have a lot of issues in mental health and so on there. And the teachers in online, as well the teachers in on-site new online environment, in hybrid environments, had to handle this kind of thing. And now in the post-COVID area, everything is connected. We have distance online, face-to-face, online, everything is connected. A lot of people go back to the face-to-face, but I believe no one go back to the 100 face-to-face activities there. As some people say, more or less all the people used to go in academy in the face-to-face to be around 90%, 10% online. In the case of the online people, we have 90% online, 10% on-site for some activities there, because we need some part of them. And one of the things that we have to change a lot in the activities there, in the online environment, is the new roles of the people. So when you are making some academic time in a classroom like this one, normally you only have the teacher and the student. And this is all the things they have. You need some kind of thing of logistics. We need to have the light and the heater or the air conditioning, but you don't need too much people to do this kind of teaching there. But if you are in online, you have to make, of course, the teachers, the students, the family, because it's really important, the family or the people that is around the student, fathers, daughters, sons, young people, couples, family there, because they are really part of the activities there, and the students used to be part of this. In my case, in the UNED, our major part of our average students are for 30 to 65 years old. And they have a lot of families there. Sometimes they have fathers at their work, sometimes they have children, sometimes they have both in there. And this is really important there. All the family, social relations, and work is part of the students' time. And you need to manage there. And in the time of the pandemic, it was really complicated to live all together. We'll talk a little bit about that. But they are really important because we have administrators for the environment, for the learning management systems and for the system there, instructional designers, content designers, curators, tutors, animators. All these people is working together with the teachers in an online learning to have the best experience in learning there. It's a lot of people to put in there. This is one of the reasons that the online learning is not really much less expensive than the real face-to-face one. Face-to-face, of course, always is more expensive than the online learning, but some people say that online learning can be a 10th part of the face-to-face. From my point of view, is around the half. Half should be a really good number in expenses to have the online learning compared with the face-to-face activity. And this is really important to the students, the peer students, the students of the senior students, to be integrated inside all the learning activities we have in the activity. This is the typical vision of a family working and having students during the pandemic time. You have some grandmother, the father and the mother, the young child there, all together sharing one small place normally, because we don't have really big houses to live there, really big flats. They have to share activities there. They have to share sometimes 2 or 3 computers sharing connections, internet connection that was not really fast there. And it was really complicated, the pandemic time for the people. And there was a lot of overwork for the people. And of course, we have some lack of activity and some lack of knowledge for the distance activity people there. This is really complicated to have these times there. A lot of people has bad experience in this kind of online learning activities, as they have some people bad experience with online teleworking activities there. A lot of people liked it because they have a really best place or they have a really good place to work. And a lot of people continue working in teleworking there because they are really, really happy with the environment. But for a lot of people, they was really complicated. So for example, in my case in UNED, we have some places, for example, in northwest of Spain, that they have a really bad connections of internet, close to big cities in Galicia. And they have a lot of issues there because they cannot connect from home really in a well conditions there. And it's the same for the events, for the conferences like this one. So we have here around 20, 25 people on site in La Laguna, and we have around other 70, 80 people online. But we have a lot of events that was in this way. Some people is thinking about to go back. For example, in my case, I really happy with going on site. I believe we miss a lot of things when we are online. But for some of the people, was a really good new activity there. And there is now some people that will maintain hybrid or online conference forever, because this is the way to have much more people that never can go because economical issues, because traveling issues, because health issues. Then some people will maintain this kind of online hybrid environment, but other people will try to go back again to the area of the normal activities there. And I wish for all of us to be as much as normalized in the future there. What is the practical competences? What is important, the practical competences, and how is evolving the education there? This is the typical vision of the environment we have. In this case, all these kind of activities, the ubiquitous of the technical activities is any moment, any device, any content, any connection, any competences. It is really easy if you have videos, for example, for your teaching, for your classrooms, to have the videos in any mobile there. But you have to make, for example, some part of the practical competences. You have to really have some connections to a radar or astronomy issue there, or to a really electronics environment. It's complicated to do online, but we can do it. It's time to do it there. We are doing a lot of remote laboratories. The remote laboratories, as we will say, is exactly to have a remote apparatus that you are working with it in a remote environment. And you can do it, again, anywhere. Using internet, you need, of course, to have a good connection, depending the bandwidth, a good connection to internet. But you can do anything that you can do it on site, you can do online. You have to prepare the environment. You have to make an investment in technology, enhanced learning there, and you have to make an investment in technology to have this kind of thing. The movement in the education from the 90s to the 2020s are really impressive. In the 90s, we are in the typical area of the education, blackboards in all the places. The contents are the more important things there. Contents continue being a really important things today. As I told you, the contents are really important and the teachers are really important. But in the 2010, for example, we have the starting of the integration of activities, the learning management systems, and so on. And in 2020, we have the new coming of the MOOCs, other way of learning there, the video activities there. Our young generations likes videos, and we have to provide them some videos there. The video sometimes is a more reducing vision of the contents, but we have to provide it. And with the videos, we can attract the people to go to the learning materials and to full learning materials there. But other activities like big data, social learning, learning analytics, as we said yesterday, are really important for the teaching today. In the way of the laboratories, we have more or less four kind of laboratories: the hand-on laboratories, the face-to-face laboratories, as you see, simulations, virtual online, and remote laboratories. You can more or less put all these kind of laboratories in a hybrid labs. Today, the moment is for the hybrid labs there. And depending if there's real or simulated, we can have hand-on lab or remote labs. And if they are simulated, we have simulators or virtual labs. And depending on the location, we have local or remote. This is really important. This is a really simple vision of the environment of the labs, because some part of the labs used to be in several areas of this. Normally, there is not a pure lab today. Of course, hand-on labs is the more pure lab you have as you are there. Virtual labs is really simple. Normally, you have a software-based model, should be an application, should be a software environment in a lab server, and the user, using any kind of connection activities, can go there and seeing any kind of activity there. Normally, major part of virtual lab used to be do it, for example, in area of computer science, computer engineering. In the area of technology too, you can have a simulator like ORCAD or PSPICE, and you can work with this, and a lot of things in technology things, but you can have YouTube in economic activities there for groups and working in economy, or you can have in biology or chemistry there. They are really important. In remote labs, we need to have real materials. This is the importance for engineering. In the remote labs, we have a real equipment, real components. This can be a real robot. This can be a robot in a size of a Lego, or it can be a robot in a size of like this room. And you can manage all this kind of apparatus from your environment, for your online environment, for your mobile, for your computer, for your tablet, or for everywhere there. You need things in the middle. You need a web server, a lab server, an equipment server that should have this kind of activities there. I will talk a little bit about projects. I use this time here in this presentation to talk a little bit about two projects we have now. One of the best projects is the EcoBen. EcoBen is a project in European Union. It's a project in the Erasmus+. And this is a European K3 regarding microelectronics and the way of the microelectronics in the future. This is really important. In Europe, we have a fault of microelectronics people. We have general this kind of fault in all the world, but mainly in Europe. And European Union has said in the last years, make some movements to try to have there. Now they approved the CHIPS Act. That is the way to attract more people from microelectronics, because we need the microelectronics area for everything. In the past, only microelectronics was for the equipments, for the mobiles and so on. But now the microelectronics is everywhere. Cars, appliances, in the cooking things, in the microwaves, in the refrigerators. Electronics is in everything. And we are trying to do this kind of things inside this project. In the project, we try to have the importance. We are developing some courses there. UNED is in charge of the Work Package 3, that is mainly for the courses activities there. And we try to have some kind of sustainable governance, and try to be the VAT, the vocational educational training, be aware of this importance and try to do it there. We are making some courses there and some cooperation platform. And in this case, for example, we're making in several different areas: design and manufacturing of printed circuit boards, microelectronics packaging, integrated circuits, system design, fundamentals of manufacturing, microelectronics and greener economy, and key competences. This is the thing that we're trying to do, going from EQF 3 to 8. We are trying to go from the professional learning, professional teaching, to the doctorate in this case there. And we have some examples there. We are finishing all the part of the courses for the March 2023, and we expect to finish the project in October 2024. We are in the middle of the project in this moment. Another project that we finished recently in August 2022 was in this case, the I4EU, the Industry 4.0 for the people there. This is a strategic Erasmus Plus project. In this project, we have some part of handbooks for Industry 4.0 to attract the people in Industry 4.0. We develop some part of remote labs and virtual labs there. In this case, we have 8 remote or virtual labs in the things there. Virtual labs in the area, for example, for cybersecurity in a gamification way. And in this case, for example, we develop a small and simple thing to try to show the efficiency laboratory for mainly starters in Industry 4.0. In this case, we develop some small activities to try to show the people how it's working, the efficiency of the things there. We put in this case a small, in this case the light, in this case a motor, and the people making the students in the activities can show it, can regulate it, put in different entrance of the activities and try to go there. For example, in this case, I don't know if we go there, yes, we have seen there, you can put the dimmer lights in a half activities there, in a full activities there, and go down. And you can measure all the activities there and try to know how it's working, how much, as much as you are putting more power, you are having more activities there. Or for example, in this case, you can do the same with the motor. You can do some bit controlling there. Everything in online, from your mobile phone, everything there. And you can manage in this case. This is working with a Raspberry Pi, and you can have a really simple setup of this kind of activities there. This is part of the things we are doing in project in Europe. We are trying to put for the students the best virtual labs, the best remote labs for the people, trying to attract to see the full part of the competencies and full part of the activities there. Continuing with there, we'll talk a little bit more about the practical competencies. This is the typical things that we do in a face-to-face activities, trying to have the practical competencies integrated in any subject. You start with theory, you go to exercises, you make some grading or some part of evaluation assessment, you go to practical contents, you have real labs, and you have a final grading. This is a typical serial time that you do in a lot of subjects in engineering work in the life. And after a lot of time of the work, we change it a little bit in UNED. Why we change? Because we see at the beginning, when we have a freshman students, this is not really well to have a really big approach to the simulation and to the other environments that not be real one, because sometimes the student didn't understand the difference between a simulation and a real component. And this is really important at the beginning to have a clear idea. Then, in our case, we start to doing the freshmen having exercises and real lab, going the lab. It's really good to have as fast as possible and as soon as possible the approach into the students to the lab to try to see the real activities there. When you have an error, you have a bad connection, you have to solve it. Normally, in a simulated environment, it's really easy to have a simple activities there and a change in there. But in a real world, things are used to be more complicated. And for the sophomore, junior, and senior, for the people in the second, third, or fourth year, this is the best moment to start to put in a lot of simulation, a lot of immersive environments, a lot of remote labs, and in this case, do some other one like pocket labs and other activities there. Then, in our case in UNED, we try to separate the freshmen to the real other people there, because this is a practical thing that we saw in the life, in the years we are doing activities for engineering people. And this is really important. This is the typical one. When you go to the real lab, you have a lot of apparatus. I'm from the technology, electronics technology, then I will have more information about the electronics technology. And as I told you at the beginning, it's better to go to a lab. It's better to touch it in a lab to see how you manage the instrumentation, see the things and touch the things. And later you're going to start to doing some simulations like in the previous years, some simulations like in the evolution of the line simulators or like SPICE and so on there. We are now in areas of more immersive laboratories, immersive new use. And this is the way we are now in the things there, the remote labs. When you are having some more the people is best educated and they have some more knowledge about the practical activities, is the way to start to introducing it. Why? Because the remote labs has a really big advantage of the real labs. First one is they are open 34, 65, 30, 65 days a year. They never close because it's always open there. But your labs has a full capacity of people there. Normally they open 8 to 10 hours a day and no more people. And you need people to manage every hour in the lab. In this case, normally the remote labs are self-managing. There is not need a lot of people. Of course, sometimes you need some people to make some reset or some setup because they are having some bad intrusion. The more complicated part of the remote labs is the maintenance. And this is the more expensive. Normally, the setup of a remote lab is expensive, but it's more expensive sometimes the maintenance because you need to maintain for all the working all the day. If you have a failing in 1 day of people, you have 30 students in your classroom and the 30 students try to go to the lab and this is failing, you have a big issue. like you have if you are in a face-to-face. And this is really important, the maintenance. It's really important to have a closing activity there, checking the activity there, and if there's some issue, you can have some reset or something like that to work there. But this is really important there. And this kind of labs can be doing in any world. In the upper right side, you see an electronics is the VISIR. VISIR is one of the electronics labs more used in the world. We have a federation of VISIR labs there. And you can have, in this case, any kind of electronics and analog electronics to work in them. But you can do it in analog electronics, in digital or computer science electronics, computer engineering, in robotics, and any kind of activities there. This is really important to complement the activities because the students can devote the time they like it. And this is an issue too, because normally, as you know, all the time that my students devote more in a subject used to be less in other subjects. Then you have to say to the students they have to maintain the subject time for the work in there. And this is another area we were there, that is the pocket labs. Pocket labs is a new environment there. Normally you can share with the students some small labs. They can do it at home, or they can buy it because a Raspberry Pi or Arduino is a really cheapest thing there, and they can mount the things there. But for example, in our case in UNED, we invented in a real thing 45 years ago, we have a pocket lab. We developed a briefcase lab that we send to the students. We have a patenting in this time there with a professor that was retired in UNED 5 years ago. And we send to the students a briefcase lab they can use for a couple of weeks, and then return to our in Madrid. We check that everything's okay, and we send to other people there. So this is the same idea. In this case, it was almost complete because there was a full lab of activities there. In this case, this is an industrial lab for the people. But we do the same thing 45 years later in a more cheapest thing there. The good thing is that the technology used to be cheapest and used to be more wide use and more wide use of activity there. Other activities now in the labs evolution is the farm labs, or the labs in a federated labs, where you can put, for example, this is a view for Australia. They have the same lab replicated because every lab there is only one user at a time, and they need to have several users at a time. Then they have to replicate the lab in a farm lab. Or for example, in the VISIR, as I told you, VISIR, the good thing they have is a multi-user lab. Then you can have 16 to 60 users at the same time, and they can maintain it with a sharing of time. This is another thing there. Labs in the cloud, labs as a service is the evolution we have in this moment for some part of the labs. And now the more things there is that labs, remote labs, are going to the industry too. We have new companies, new spin-off, like Labsland, for example, is a spin-off for the Deusto University in Spain. And they develop an environment to share the labs and to put these labs to the use of the universities, paying some fees, of course, for them, because this is a service, in this case, provider. And they can do it if you don't have, for example, in the time of the pandemic, a lot of universities have hiring the service of this company and other companies like this one, like Quanser and so on there. And they put a lot of students to work in remote labs because they cannot go to the real lab in the university. Or for example, in the Queensland University, they have some other labs there. This is really important. The industry is coming to go there because this is a nice a market that should be using. And the last part thing now is the immersive labs. As I told you, metaverse is coming. We don't know until which environment. I'm not really, I don't know the name, confident about we will be 100% metaverse in the next 20 years, but metaverse is coming here, and some people is preparing to do that. In this case, Deusto Tech, for example, is working in mixed reality, in immersive reality there. A lot of people is working in glasses for these kind of things. I believe the future, when the future will come, will be without glasses. I don't know, we'll have some implants or we'll have another things there. But the future cannot be to have every day with a glass put in there because it's not really comfortable for the people. A lot of people is really exhausted. There are tests with people in metaverse with the glasses all the day, and people are really exhausted of this kind of things. They are not really good there. But this is coming to be here there. And this is one of the emerging technologies, the future, the immersive technology is coming to be. Probably in some areas more than the other ones. I don't know, in the social life, the people is really well there. Of course, Twitter and Facebook is metaverse. You are going to another area, another world that is not really your world. It's a parallel world. You are living there. The idea to move 100% to this kind of things for me is not really a today activity there, but future is there in any case. And finally, we have the repositories, as I told you. So we have all the things variation there, and the repositories like Go Labs is a project we did 7 years ago. It was the first repository in labs, and there is some other repositories where you can put your labs if you are having and using open labs for the people, and you can do it this kind of thing. Work plan for the future. If you are liking or thinking about to have a remote lab in your institution, first one is to design and think about the physical implementation. If the lab will be open or will be closed, if you will have a really good security measures for this kind of things there. Motors, temperature, stepper motor, all the machines you need, you have to put all them together, have the design as you do in the design of a practical activity, in a real hand-on activity there. Second part is to design the web server, because you need a web server to share with the people there, with the people will connect it in. You need a booking system, you need a lab server, a web client there for the people there. And finally, do a lot of tests before to go to the students there. And this is not here, but it's in our minds, maintenance is really important. The maintenance is much more important than the real life there. That you can have this activity on live in 6 months, but you can lose all the students in 1 day if there is down and this is broken. And typical, the down used to be in the weekends. For example, in UNED, as we have every day working of the students, we have a system now in the weekends that we are checking all the remote labs, and there is some issue in one of the remote labs. They send a signal to the administrative that can reset it outside of the work, and they can put it again there. Because the more complicated time is in the weekends, because if something failed, you have 2 days of the students that used to work in weekends too. That you don't work in weekends. We don't like to work in weekends, but some students working there, working nights and so on. This is more or less a vision of a remote lab. For example, in this case, is for Industry 4.0. We developed this remote lab in the UNED in this case. We have the people there. We have some Raspberry Pis integrated with some Arduinos. We have a lot of sensors, actuators, controllers. We use, in this case, Apache as web server and Python as lab server there. And we develop this kind of things. For example, this is an environment to check for these people, for the students, the Industry 4.0. We developed some experiments. We developed 2 Arduinos connected to a Raspberry Pi. And we are, in this case, the students are using and seeing all the activities there. We are doing with it several computer architecture things there. They are doing things, and this is the physical place that you can have in this place, the physical place with the, in this case, the storage for the students, all the area of the lab server, the motors, the sensors, and so on there. And the students is doing this kind of things now. They are doing in part of the activities. We start the next year a master in Industry 4.0, and this is one of the new remote labs that we are preparing for this master for the next year. One of the new challenges that we are having today is the MOOCs. MOOCs changes completely our lives for some universities. Some universities are not really involved in the MOOCs because there are more face-to-face activities there, but a lot of universities do a lot of activities in MOOCs. In my university was doing a lot of things in the MOOCs activities there. And for example, in 2007 to 2013, we developed the first remote lab integrated in a MOOC in the world. In this case, it was in Spanish. We developed it there. We took as a contents part, a MOOC that was developed by the MIT. We didn't develop the theory of the MOOC because there was a really big activity and there was a really good course developed by the MIT. We used this technical contents activity from the MIT people, and we developed a lot of activities there. We put a lot of videos integrated in the MOOCs. We developed a lot of assessment there with teaching activities there, but everything was with, in this case, with a real activities MOOC. We have a remote lab, and in the 2 months that was the first edition of this MOOC, we have around 500,000 access of people to the remote lab. We tested in a really hard way all the remote lab activities there. All the relais, after this first year MOOC, we have to change all the relais of the MOOCs because they was exhausted there, and we have to adapt it because there was a lot of activities there. In a typical year in my university, this remote lab used to have 1,000 access, and we have in 2 months 500,000 access there. If you put these open things and all the people can connect it there, then you have a lot of more stress on the remote labs activity there. And like a MOOC, we have the same more or less things. We have started a lot of students. In one case, we started 3,300 students in one of the editions. And at the end, we have around 50 students that finish all the courses there. But around 80% of the people do some part of the task, because one of the things we have to be in the MOOCs arena is that not all the people like to do all the things, because the people only like to do the things they really see that they are useful for them. Then this is not have a bad success if you have a really few people that finish it. But if a lot of people use it several different tasks, this is a really success there. And we have to change the mind, because the objective is not to finish all the course. The objective is that the people have the activities and learn the things they like to learn. And you never know, every student is completely different there. You don't have two same students with the same needs and the same task activities. The good part of the MOOCs is that they use the basement part of the Paramind, of the learning Paramind. We have the face-to-face. It's a typical 10% things or 20% things is that you remember after the things. In this case, in this classroom, if you have in the mind 20%, should be a really success for me too. But for example, in MOOCs, you can be around 30–50% because we are using videos and you are using practical competences. You can go to the 70% of retention of the people there. And this is really important. Or for example, if you can integrate in a MOOC or in a lab, the program-based learning or project-based learning, then the people used to have much more hand-on activity there, and it's more important for having a much more actions there. To finish this, I will talk a little bit about standards. The standards are really important. We are having now standards too in the remote labs activities, in the practical competence. In IEEE Education Society, we are developing the first standards in the world in 2019 for the networking smart learning objects for online laboratories. This is the first standard we have now. And we are now working in other standards, like learning analytics API and API service and metadata, like learning lab as a service as part of the standard. We have developed now 3 new standards. One is for secure and trusted learning system. Other one is for safe and secure virtual classrooms. Another for learning metadata and ISO security standard. There are some standards that are being developed in this moment in IEEE for this area. In the future, the labs are going as a service. Is one more service you can have it if you are integrating your system. Every year we have more learning objects inside the labs too. And of course, learning analytics are really important there because we need to know what the student is doing in any moment, and because we need to know if they are failing or not before they fail at the end of the course. It's really important. And to finish, a couple of words really fast for Education Society. I belong to Education Society. I was a president emeritus of IEEE Education Society. I was the first president of IEEE Education Society outside states in 2014. Now, the president in this moment is Edmundo Tovar, is another Spanish president. Next year, we'll have another Spanish president, Martin Llamas, from the University of Polytechnic of Madrid and University of Vigo. And the idea of the Education Society inside IEEE is to promote and advance and disseminate the state of the art of the education inside IEEE environment. Electrical engineering, in the area of the electrical engineering in the United States, is computer science, computer engineering, electrical, electronics, telematics, health. Everything is integrated in this umbrella of the electrical engineering in the American side. We have an area of conferences and technical meetings. We have several conferences like EduCon. Next year will be EduCon in Kuwait. I like to invite you if you can go there because it should be one of the more conferences we have there in the Region 8 in Europe, Middle East, and Africa. We have the EduCon in 2018 here in Canary Island. It was the most remembered EduCon we have in the last years. And we have several conferences there. We have several publications. I like to bring you the opportunity to try to publish too in IEEE Transactional Education, IEEE RITA. that is to chaired by Karina here in Canary Islands, of IEEE transactions on learning technologies, IEEE access. We have several publications that is doing in the world, and all of them are trying to be indexed or being in the way of to be indexed there. We have educational activities there, and we have membership activities there. All of the things there is that the one that IEEE Education Society is doing there. And to finish, skills. As I told you, the competences are really important. Things are really to be having there. And the CSPG model is a really good thing to have in there. When you are starting to think about a new subject and new activities in learning activities, cognitive skills are really important, contents, scientific skills. Of course, the methodology is really important too. Practical skills are really fundamental in any technical activities there, or non-technical, as I told you. In law, we have now a lot of practical activities there, making debates and groups and formal activity there. And of course, the general skills are really important too. Every year, all the ethics, all the communication skills and so on are really important in any kind of activity. This is some vision on some labs we have there. Labs are really important. Smart devices are really important for the activities we are doing there. And of course, all the Internet 4.0 connected industry is one of the part of really important activities you are doing there. Laboratories 4.0 is part of the Internet 4.0, and we need to go there trying to develop a new courses, new activities, updating activities for this new challenge we have in the European Union and around all the world to be in the next era of technology there. And thank you very much. I have to thank again for the conference organizers for the opportunity to be here in Tenerife, in La Laguna. And if you have any question, I will be free to answer them. I believe we are on time.
Yes. Well, thank you, Manuel, for
Thank you,
your keynote. And I think that's very, you deserve, no? First of all. Well, in the audience, are there any questions? Okay.
Hello. Thank you very much, Manuel. It was really interesting. And I have only some question that I think this is very interesting, this model. How difficult is the setup of a remote model lab? I suppose that in many cases, you have to restart the lab or some part of the labs.
Depending the lab, every lab is completely different. This is the bad part of the remote labs. You cannot have a really general procedure, general methodology to do it there. Normally, you have the setup you have from the hands-on experiment, and the idea is to try to integrate it. The simple way is try to use as much as possible the things that you have, and try to only make the connection there. Trying to put in the middle some kind of national instrument LabVIEW software there, or you can put another software organizer there as a booking system, like a web lab desktop and so on, and trying to integrate this existing lab. Sometimes you have to put some hardware because you need to have some relays or some kind of multiplexing activities there. Every lab is different, as I told you. But today, as the technology is evolving, every new equipment, a lot of them has a lot of activities that can be shared in internet. For example, you have now a lot of oscilloscopes, a lot of new devices that you are putting in a lab that can be integrated easily in internet. Then in this case, you can integrate it, and you have to put always the front end. The front end is mandatory to put it, the GUI, the graphical interface, as you like to do it there, and the server you have to put in there. You have to decide to put video or not video. You have to decide you put audio or not audio, depending the kind of the lab should be managed there. The bad thing is that every lab is different. The good thing is that now there is a lot of experience in the world. There is a lot of working groups in the world that we are working in this area, and you can see it in the world. If you have having some question in internet, you can see some people that can bring you a hand to try to help you in the starting it. But the bad thing is that everyone is completely different. Okay. And the only one that need your needs are you. So one person that is in my group, they have a lot of experience in putting remote labs in online learning, but the only person that knows what you like to do and how do you like to do it is you, because you have the idea of your experiment, how you would like to share with your students, and you need to do it.
Okay, thank you. I have another question because it's a really interesting topic. So, how do you assign turns for students? And another thing that is related, the cybersecurity of these labs must be ensured, I suppose.
Yes, of course. There are the two main things in a lab. As I told you, the main thing is the maintenance. Try to be online, on live, 24/7 days a week and 65 days a year. This is really important, the maintenance. But before to go in the maintenance, in the experimental part, is really important the security, because the security is one of the part there. You have any people that can go. Normally, the people don't go to this kind of labs to do any kind of material thing there or economic activity, but they can go down, or they can broken it, or they can put out only to the things to say, you have to pay me money to put your lab again online. But you need to have these kind of things. Normally, if you have a really good, in your university, you have a really good cybersecurity environment with a firewall and so on. Normally, you are in the part of the secure activities of the university. You didn't have any much more activities there. But of course, you need always to check all the updates, all the activities there to have a really secure environment there. You need to test the experience side and of course the access side and the security there. This is really important too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Another question?
Yeah, hello, thank you for your talk. I was wondering, could you maybe elaborate a bit about the differences between real labs and remote labs? Because I assume remote, they are more restricted in what you can do. And there might be some, you say, practical competencies where you have to like connect two things, and so you can't do that remotely. So do you think we'll get there at one point with the metaverse, or do you think real labs are still needed?
Yes, the main advantage of the hand-on lab, of course, is the manipulation. Manipulation normally you don't do in a remote lab. In a remote lab, you can do electronic manipulation, but it's not the same. For example, when you are trying to develop a metaverse or a second life in the last 20 years or a metaverse, you can do this kind of manipulation, at least in some apparatus, and you can have some of them. But normally in the remote labs today, there is not expected to have a real manipulation there. But you have all the electronic connections. You have to decide how to connect the things there, and later in some place there will be the connections that will be doing there. You decide the way to do these things, and they are producing in some place. This is a lack in your activities, of course, but this is today is really complicated to solve. Mainly, the remote labs is devoted in the area to see exactly the same experiment that you do in hand-on lab. So for example, if you are doing electronics, you have to cable all the electronics there, you are putting there a flip-flop, for example, there, and finally you check it and it works or not work and so on there. In the case of a remote lab with BCIR, for example, you develop these connections in a test bed, and finally in some place they do exactly the same hardware that you are developing there. And the result that you see is exactly the same one, because there are real components there that you are using for this case. You don't manipulate, it's electronic manipulation with multiplexers, but you have the same answers at the end. And the same result that you see in an oscilloscope is exactly the one that you will see you are in the machine there. Or for example, you're doing a gear, an electrical gear, or you're doing a robot. You don't manipulate it, you don't cable normally the robot, but you have a per-cable robot and you can control everything there, and you can see the movement of the robot, the hand manipulation there, and so on there. And this is the good thing in the remote lab. This is one of the reasons, as I told you, that for the freshman people, it's better to avoid the remote or simulation and so on, and it's better to starting with a real lab there, because they need to touch, they need to manipulate activities there, and they need to feel when you are having an error and you are making a wrong connection, that something is going bad or something is broken there. This is the thing there. But this is probably one of the more important lacks that you have with our remote world there. But the good thing is you have this, as I told you, 24 hours a day. You can go in the night if you like to go there. or you have some ideas in your mind, you can try new things there, and you can devote all the time you like, that you cannot do it in a place that you have, for example, only 30 minutes to doing all your practice together to do that things. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, thanks for this informative presentation. I have a small question. It's maybe not relevant to the presentation, but the new technologies that you discussed today requires a lot of activity tracking and the collecting of a lot of information. Some students refuses to use these systems due to the privacy concerns. So are there any standards that like a worldwide or international standards that address this problem, that we can encourage the student to trust the new technologies, or it's not developed yet?
This is the one of the important things about the analytics. It's really important to know the things there. If you have to do to the teachers or to the students to do a lot of activities to have some kind of assessment, normally they are boring, they will do one time. If you have to answer a 20 pages questionnaire to do some things, normally the first time you can have some people answering it, but the second time never will answer it. And this is really important to track all the activities you are doing in any moment, and to bring some kind of artificial intelligence to put all the trust together and to extract the real information there. The students like to have assessment, but they don't like to invest in the assessment time. It's like the teachers. Teachers like to have the assessment and to have how the student is moving, but they don't like to do it in a really wait pace there. We need that our tools, our learning management systems now and the tools will be better in the close future, trying to bring us new tools that should be simplify all these things there. For example, for the students, as they are moving in the activities, normally they don't know, but they are doing a lot of assessment activities there in every moment. But you have to integrate these activities in the middle of the questions with really short questions there, and trying to extract the information they are putting there, trying to know if they are doing well or not, if they are having well or not, and bringing them new information about that. But they should be more like automated, not to be man-powered activities there. This is really important for all these kind of online activities. As much as information we have automatically, as much as we will gain as students, as teachers, as administrations too. This is really important there.
Questions? Well, I have one. I think that it's the last question because we are on time. It's related to the competencies, but not for students, for teachers. What are, because we developed here 30 years ago a training for teachers in the STEM area. STEM area is, you know, every single lab that you presented is for different subjects, and you know, it's not the same biology or physics or chemical labs. What are the specific, if you have one recommendation for a general strategy, educational or related to, for example, you mentioned gamification. No? Do you have another transversal, strategy? And also, what kind of competencies teachers need to have to manage and teaching with this kind of labs?
Yes, one of the things that is really important with the labs, and the ones that go to see with the competencies, is the working in groups. Normally, when you are talking in online, you used to think about a single person doing a work in a single room in any place in the world, working alone. But this is one of the things I'll have to break with these kind of things. But we need the support in this case with the tools too. We need that the learning management system we're using and the remote learning management system we are integrating, the remote labs, should manage all the competences in group working there, trying to bring them together anywhere they are. One should be in Hong Kong, other one should be in Spain, another one in the United States, and they have to work together in the same activity there, like they was in the real hand-on lab. Because when you are putting all together, it's really simple for the people to collaborate. But when you are working away, it's much more complicated. Some tools like Teams, for example, other ones do some kind of things, but we need some more integration there. And this is one of the more, from my point of view, gamification is good, of course. Or gamification, flipped classroom is really good there. Project-based learning is really wonderful, but they are really time-consuming there. The time that you have to put in there should be considered too, because as I told you, one of the problem with this kind of tools is that sometimes the students devote too much time to the task, and this is not good, because all the time that you devote for more in a task, you will devote less in other tasks, because the day is fixed. You cannot work 24 hours a day. So you can enjoy 24 hours a day, but you cannot work there. And the time for the students should be like a work for them. And this is really important there. And from my point of view, this is really important to try to see the relation between the time devoted, the engagement of the students in this case, and the teachers, because both have to be engaged, and of course, the technical activities they do there. But from my point of view, the collaboration is a really competence we need to have in every place, in everything, in any kind of academic activity there. Thank you very much.
Very much. Thank you very much for this enlightening talk that you gave us today. And now it's time to give it an applause.
Thank you very much.
And then go to the break, the coffee break. It's in the same place that the cocktail yesterday, but inside, no? You.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Manuel.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Baltasar Fernandez Manjón, a professor from computer science and serious games from Complutense University of Madrid. I will be the coordinator of this session. That is the face-to-face session of ICWL. We have 7 papers. The presentation will be around 12 minutes. So we have time for a couple of questions for every paper. So it's my pleasure to introduce the first paper, that is Digital Divide, Local and Global, Surveying Augmented Reality Educational Usage in Europe and South America. It will be presented by Matthias Heinz. It's a work in collaboration with other people from different university, but he came from Durham University in the UK. So Matthias, wherever you want.
Hello, welcome to our presentation. Which is Digital Divide, Local and Global, Surveying Augmented Reality Educational Usage in Europe and South America. My name is Matthias Heinz and I'm from the University of Leicester, and I'm presenting work that was collaboration between me and some colleagues, Pamela Andrada, also from the University of Leicester, Effie Law and Santa Watanya did from the Durham University, and Hernan Nina from the University of Lima. So talking about augmented reality, why is it of interest for us? So first of all, it combines real image with a virtual overlay, as you can see here in the first picture. It allows interaction in real time, and it allows the positioning of objects in 3D. And all of that makes it a good educational tool, a good educational application that allows us to cover topics that are harder to explain in 2D, for example, geometrical concepts, and it can create more engaging learning experiences for our students as well. And these benefits, as well as advantages in the mobile technology area, have resulted in an increased usage of augmented reality for learning and teaching. When we look into the benefits for students and teachers, then the benefits for students are well known and well surveyed. So we did a literature review and we noticed there are a lot of information about students, but teachers are less covered and there's less information out there for students. So we were motivated to look into teachers in more detail. And one salient problem that we noticed there was a lack of experience in using augmented reality for the teaching. So that motivated us to check where is this lack of experience coming from, what can we do? So we created a survey, we ran a survey with European teachers, and the result was that the main problem they have is not enough access to devices and good enough internet connection. So this disconnection from devices, this having not access to the infrastructure they need, maybe due to cost or other reasons, that resonates with the notion of digital divide, which was initially defined as those that have access to information and communication technology and those who don't, but has since been broadened to cover also usage patterns and how we can use information technology to enhance our lives. It's reflected there, and that's a global, a worldwide phenomenon that we can see in the global north as well as the global south. And because our initial questionnaire was with participants from Europe, so the global north, we were motivated to recreate it in the global south, or more specifically in South America. And we were mainly interested in 2 questions. The first one was comparing those 2 data sets and see what are the commonalities, what are the differences, and secondly, does the digital divide have any impact on how teachers use augmented reality for their teaching. To collect this data, we ran a survey which has 3 parts. In the first one, we had general questions about background and demographics. There were 6 questions there. Then we had a second section about the general idea about augmented reality, and it was about experience for those teachers that already used AR in their teaching. There were 10 questions for those, but also 7 questions for teachers about their expectations for augmented reality for those teachers who had not used augmented reality before. And then lastly, we had a section about the most recent usage of augmented reality in their teaching for those teachers that had used augmented reality before. So looking at the survey in more detail, it ran from February 2022 to June with some breaks in between, for example, school holidays, and we collected 123 valid responses. We had 663 visits to our website, but not everybody filled in the questionnaire. We had to discard some answers from Spain because they were not from South America. And overall, we got 77 full answer sets where the teachers answered the entire question set, which is comparable to the 65 full answers we got from our European sample. The female to male ratio with 1.8 in the South American sample is comparable, but a bit better to the 2.1 ratio we had in the European sample. When we look at the countries of origin, we got most of our replies from Peru because the 4th author of this paper was our main contact there. And that's why we got a lot of replies there. But overall, we had 10 different South American countries covered in our questionnaire. The teaching area was mostly STEM subjects in the South American sample as well as the European sample. And so that's comparable as well as the teaching experience that the teachers had in both of our samples. So we saw some differences, but overall we got a very comparable 2 samples there. Because of the time constraints, I can't go into much detail about the quantitative results of section 2 and 3, about the general experience or expectations for AR, and the most recent usage of AR, as well as the qualitative data analysis. If you're interested in that, I would ask you to please read our paper. Today in this presentation, I want to focus on the comparison of those 2 data sets and the impact of the digital divide and what can we do to address the digital divide. So when we compare the 2 data sets, thank you, then we can see that when it comes to the support from educational authorities, from the government, then in both samples, it's more a bottom-up approach where teachers are interested in using AR and then from their own motivation and drive, then included in their teaching. But yeah, we saw a bit more support from educational authorities in our European sample. When it comes to increasing the AR usage, we saw that all South American teachers that we surveyed wanted to use AR more, whereas some European teachers raised concerns about the quality of the material or if AR is the best way to teach students a certain topic. The available hardware reveals a digital divide between South America and Europe. We can see that European schools usually provide more hardware for their teachers and students, and also more appropriate hardware when it comes to using augmented reality like tablets instead of PCs or laptops. The confidence levels for some reason were slightly higher in European teachers than in South American teachers, and we argue that that was also caused by the global digital divide. And a need for training was a major barrier for the South American teachers. And again, the lack of skills is a concern of the digital divide. So how can we address that digital divide? What is the impact? So we argue that we need more support from educational authorities. They need to provide guidelines to teachers how to use AR. They need to make sure that the hardware is there to support them in the infrastructure. We need more training for South American teachers so that they can use AR at schools, but we should not just present the benefits of using AR, but also possible shortcomings, possible issues, so that they can properly judge if they should use AR or not. Talking about hardware, it is obviously important that the hardware is there, but it's not enough. It also needs to be supported with a pedagogical framework. It's unclear where the confidence level differences between our European and South American samples came from, but that needs addressing, obviously. And lastly, we saw a big need for training to empower teachers to actually adopt new technology. There are obviously some limitations to our study. We used a survey-based research method with the usual issues that the participants could not clarify any questions they had, and we as researchers could also not clarify any of their answers where we were unsure about. And we have a limited generalizability because we have a quite small sample size, and I said it was a bit skewed towards Peru, so we would be interested to collect more data to generalize the results more. So to summarize our conclusions, we saw similarities between European and South American teachers and common issues when it comes to the digital divide, but we also noticed differences, and we argue that those issues need to be addressed locally as well as globally to fight the digital divide. So I want to thank the ARITI project for supporting this research, and I want to thank all of you for attending my talk. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them now.
Thank you. Is there any question in the audience here or online? We have a question. I mean, it's curious, but I mean, we are introducing new technology in school, but I mean, there's no any training about augmented reality in teacher training in schools.
Yep.
So we're expecting some magic here, because I mean, we're expecting the teachers to be proficient with a new complex technology that is fragile to deploy,
yep,
that is not exactly adapted to their curriculum. I mean, so the expectations are pretty high, and I think that teachers are a little bit lost. They have already been promised so many times that technology will solve their life, and there's only making it more complex. I mean, what is your take on that?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's exactly what our data shows as well. So the need for training was one of the biggest points that the teachers made, and not just in the questions where we asked about training, also in open answers questions. I need more training. So that's exactly the point that you make. So we need training, and we also need the support from educational authorities so that it becomes part of the teacher training, that guidelines are in place, and the support for the teachers is.
Did you also ask about if they have content that is adapted to their curriculum? Because this is another problem. I mean, it's usually the content that is already in the open is more promotional,
yeah,
something like that, but it's not exactly well adapted to the educational curriculum. So we're expecting some magic happening there so that the teacher is able to adapt it. Do you have any question that's related to that? Or?
So we didn't have a concrete question about that, but in the project we are also developing a tool for teachers to create their own content. So Mirage XR, where you can create an augmented reality environment for your students. So that's something we do in the project as well. We didn't ask for that, but again, in some of the answers, we noticed people saying, we find something, but it's too generic, or it doesn't match my my curriculum, as you said. So they maybe use it as an introduction to a topic, but then go out of the augmented reality again and do like their usual teaching. So they use it more as a supplement than real actual.
Some motivational content.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we have the presentation of Ruth Cobos from Autonomous University of Madrid, that will talk about the learning analytics system that improve the teaching learning experience at MOOCs, structure, and students. Sí, sí. Okay, Ruth, whenever you are ready.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me to be here and to present this research work. Okay, this is the agenda. Can I use this or not? Ah, hablo o no hablo?
No. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me to be here to present this research work. I'm going to follow this agenda. First of all, I'm going to present the context of the work, the research work, the context of e-learning in MOOCs, and how to avoid the problem to solve with learning analytics. Secondly, I'm going to introduce and explain the learning analytics system that we have developed at my institution and its evolution and the use in a specific course. And finally, I present the satisfaction of the user with this learning analytics system. Okay, first of all, why I'm working this area? Because in my institution, University Autónoma of Madrid, 8 years ago, we signed to be a member of edX consortium. From this matter, we have, at the beginning, I started with the generation of and the coordination of several MOOCs. We have more than 20 MOOCs. This is 8 years, and moreover, we have MOOCs about science, social science, and so on. And I'm the coordinator of one of them that I show you later. In this area, in the area of MOOCs, learning in MOOCs, we detected in these 6 years a lot of problems that they have to afford the learners, the student of this content. Firstly, they feel that they don't have enough feedback from the instructor. They feel alone when they are learning this content, and they don't have enough interaction with the instructor. For this matter, we notice that all these elements affect negatively learning retention and engagement in MOOC. In order to afford and to try to solve these problems, we think that the best idea is to work with the learning analytics research area. That, you know, with this area, we can try to improve the contents, the learning processes, the platform, and so on. So for this matter, why are they okay? We have these problems. Moreover, the instructor of this course, they are worried about these problems too for the learners. So in order to improve the MOOC experience for these learners, we try to solve it with the development of a learning analytics system. We started with the development of this strategy more than 2 years ago. This is system supports an intervention strategy based on predictive analytics principally. The course that I tried this approach is a course where I'm one of the instructors, the coordinator of the group of the instructors. Is this course with the name Introduction to the Development of Web Applications, better known as Web App. It's a course in Spanish language. It started in self-paced mode more than 3.5 years ago. And in this course, the learner can learn to develop a web app with HTML, CSS, Python, and so on. The course is divided in 5 units or modules. Each one has multimedia resources, for example, videos, discussion forums, evaluation activities, and so on. This is the reality now. In November 2020, 2022, after 3 years and a half of this course. We have almost 50,000 learners enrolled in the course. Most of them, as you can see, are audit students. Audit students are the students that they can access open to the course, but they cannot do activities, they cannot do assessment, they don't have an evaluation. In the other hand, we have students in the verified itinerary. We have more or less, this is from the beginning to now, 1,600 students in this mode, in the itinerary, verified itinerary, where they have paid a fee, and then they can have access to the assessment, and they can have an evaluation and so on. The final, if the final grade of a user is higher or equal to 0.5, they pass the course. From the beginning to now, we have more or less 700 students pass the course, and we have more than 150 students are active, and the other is an estimation. In this estimation, we have about 800 of learners are not active, and they drop out the course. And this is a problem because it's half, more or less half of the learners that they pay, they didn't pass, and moreover, they drop out the course. This is an example of the last 6 months, the activity of this is of all the students. In red, we have students in verified itinerary, and in blue, the audit students. As you can see, of course, the people who pay, they have more activity, and this is normalized, taking into account how many students are per group. So in order to afford the previous problem, we have a lot of dropout students. We developed this learning analytics system with the name edX LIMS. It's a system for learning intervention, and it's monitoring for edX MOOCs. Every week, we have an intervention strategy based on several phases. First of all, we have the extraction of indicator or input variables. That is, we take into account all the interaction of the learners in the MOOC, the tracks, the logs, and with this matter, we organize, we extract the feature, the input variables, and with these features and input variables, we obtain, this is dashboard that you can see. This is an example, and this is videos. The left one is the system is going to generate a dashboard per learner. And moreover, there is another dashboard for the instructor. This is the information to access to the dashboard is offered by the learning analytics system to the students in an email, because our platform that we have developed at my institution is separated, totally separated to the edX platform. When the learners receive the email, they can click the link and they can access with a browser, web browser, to the dashboard in order to visualize their performance. In other case, the instructor can monitor their students' progress with this graph. This graph is very useful for the learner, for the instructor, sorry, because they can see the interest of their learners to access and to interact with all the graph, the chart, or the information that they can see in the dashboard. After 1 year using this learning analytics system, we developed a new version. This is in a second period, we developed this new version with new services. For example, one of the services is the detection of a student with some problems. We detected 2 main problems. Difficulty problem students are the students who require more time than all the usual learners to study material, to watch videos, and so on. And we detect self-regulation problem students. This is students have they dedicate not enough time to read the material, watch videos, and finish evaluation. The idea is, okay, we detected a student with problem, and we sent in the dashboard, we inform to the learners about this matter, and they have the opportunity. This is another new service that is very useful, and they have the learner the opportunity to agree or to disagree with these 2 buttons, yes or no, agree or disagree, or to send a message, a text message, and all these information are feedback messages from the learners to the instructor. That is very useful for the instructor. And moreover, there are new graphs related with time spent and attempts in different sections of the course. In the case of the In the case of the instructor, they have these new services. Of course, the instructor has to visualize the information received from the learner. Firstly, information related with the problem detected for the student and why, and if the instructor receives feedback from the learners, the agree or disagreements, the tests related with the feedback. This table with this information are very useful, and more charts, more graphs. Here's a summary of all the services in the system, how they are related, and as you can see, this is like a circle. I want to explain more about this tomorrow in my keynote. Okay, about the satisfaction of the system. In order to know if the new version is better, we realize this experiment. We provide to the learners with a questionnaire in order to obtain information about if they are agree or not agree about if the visualization of the performance thanks to dashboard help them to improve their performance in the course, or if they are more motivated, and so on. In this graph, we can see that mostly they are agree that the information in the dashboard, this is the first version of the, okay, I'm going to continue with the second. In the second version, in the second period of the tool, edX links, the values are higher. So they confirm that the new version is better in all these elements. They feel more motivated, they feel that the performance is better in the course, and so on. And related with these instructors, they confirm us that the new version is better than the previous one, because the previous one was so simple for the instructor, that they feel that they are more in contact with the learner because they have bidirectional communication. They receive information from the learners. The instructor send information to the learner, learner send information to the instructor. And moreover, they can find better students with a special problem to do a special intervention. This is the summary, but I would like to finish with this slide. With the new version, with the evolution of the learning analytics system, we can say that the learners are happier, they feel more close to the instructor, they feel that they are not alone learning in the MOOC, and moreover, in the case of the instructor, they are happier because they feel that they have bidirectional communication with the learners, and they can do better intervention, they can send better messages to the learners in order to avoid this great amount of dropouts. And I finish with this. Oh, no, okay. As future work, but it's a present work that I'm going to explain tomorrow. My keynote is my keynote. I'm going to explain a new extension that we have finished this year. That is a machine learning service in order to predict. And okay, thank you very much for your attention, and tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you very much. We have time for a couple of questions. Any question from people with the MOOCs? No? I have a question. Are you using any specific format for collecting the information? Are you using Explains API or any other kind of format?
What kind of information?
The analytics information that you are collecting from the users.
We have the logs. After the processes of the log, we are organizing a lot of collection in a MongoDB database. And we can extract all kinds of information in different formats, but the most important thing is that we transfer the interaction of the learners in indicators, in values, in numeric values, when we quantify.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, still you need to be an expert in EDX in order to understand that information. I mean, if you use some, intermediate information format, such as Explains API, that could probably be used by other people who are expert in data science or trying to reanalyze your information and sharing that information if your experiments allowed sharing that information because it's de-anonymized or these kind of things. So you are just using the EDX logs.
Yes, it's so hard because every 6 months they are changing the configuration of the logs. So every 6 months we have to develop new code, but we prefer to work directly because in this case we can obtain the real data.
Yeah, this is a problem.
Yes, it's a problem.
Yeah, we developed long time ago. We developed for EDX, and not having a clear plan of how they plan to evolve their system. It's very complex because your tool works today, but you are not very sure if it will work in the next version.
Yes, this is 2 years and a half. I've developed and checked the
So
code several times. And moreover, the idea is nowadays in a future world, we are going to try to do this platform universal, not only for my MOOC, for other MOOCs at edX, but this is a very hard task.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's have our next speaker is Pier Paolo Vittorini from L'Aquila University. L'Aquila? More or less, L'Aquila, sorry, University. Will present his paper about the design of an adaptive tool supporting formative assessment in data science courses. So, wait a second. Let's check if everything is ready. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay. So, good morning. I'm Pier Paolo Vittorini. I'm a senior researcher from the University of L'Aquila. And what I'm going to present today is this research about design of an adaptive tool. Okay, probably it's not going. Okay, so good. In short, my presentation will introduce my research objective, then some background to understand the setting, the educational scenario, then the actual content of my research, the design of the tool, and then some very brief conclusions. So again, which is the research objective? In previous research, 3 years of research, we developed a tool which is called RDSA that supports students during formative assessment. And in particular, this tool is able to automatically grade assignments in the context of data science and also give structured feedback to the students. In the slide, some technologies we used and the results we achieved. So what we are doing now is trying to improve this tool that already has some solid results in terms of adaptation. Which is the education scenario. At my university, we have several courses in which there is a specific topic about how to execute statistical analysis and interpret the results in terms of the findings, research findings. For instance, on the right, it's a sample exercise in which we have 10 patients where we have measured the systolic blood pressure before and after the administration of an antihypertensive drug. And as a basic exercise for my students, I can ask, please calculate which is the average systolic blood pressure after the administration of the drug. And on the slide, there is the, let's say, the command in R, because we use R as the scripting language, and which the result. The tool is able to understand the solution, understand if it's correct or not, and then return structured feedback. Of course, this is a very simple example, but the tool is able also to understand, analyze, and give feedback on more complicated, more structured exercises. As I said, we want to introduce adaptation. We should know what adaptation is. So it's a way of tailoring the instruction to the specific needs of each learner, and we also know all the benefits that we have introducing adaptation. I also experienced it in a European project that I coordinated some years ago. But for what is worth in this research, what I'm presenting is the several models that we need to define, we need to create, to understand, to use adaptation. Meaning the learner model, so what the learner does and knows, the content model, essentially what we are what we have in the course, and the adaptive model, which are models and algorithms that actually supports the adaptation, and is based, of course, on the learner and content model. So the design. To define these models, develop the adaptive version of the tool, we used the user-centered design methodology, which as known enrolls the students, in general the users, but in our case, of course, students, in all the phases of the design process. Every iteration of the UCD is usually made up of 4 phases: the definition of context of use, the requirements, the production of the design solution, and finally, of course, the evaluation of the design against the requirements. So again, which is the context of use? Very brief. The users are students of data science courses that use R as the scripting language. The task that the tool has to implement is to support this kind of students in an adaptive way in completing exercises preparatory for the final exam. The environment, how do they use the tool? Usually they have a computer with 2 windows. In one, they have the tool. In another window, they have RStudio, which is, let's say, a more powerful version of R. They have to make the exercise into RStudio, then make a copy and paste of the solution to the tool, and then interact with the tool to receive feedback, improve it, and finally have the grading. To define the requirements, we defined a structured interview that we have to administer to the students. The interview was organized in terms of 4 points. The first one is the opinion about adaptivity. The second one, which kind of adaptivity, and 3 possible user interfaces from let's say a more complicated one, very full of things, and another very minimalistic, I can say. And how to improve also the switch from one window to another. So to improve the tool, introducing a sort of web interactive R console. Which are the results? We had 6 students that voluntarily accepted to answer the interview. And we made thematic analysis. And what we had that adaptivity was seen a very good opportunity for them to improve their understanding of the subject. They preferred, however, a very fine-grained, a very gradual adaptation. So not to let this adaptivity become a frustrating experience. Minimalistic interfaces they choose. And then they were actually torn about introducing or not the interactive console, because RStudio has a lot of facilities, so they would lose if implemented into the console. Okay, so very fast with these. We define the content and lender models, just few things. We introduce a concept to have this fine-grained level of adaptation. We have the difficulty of each exercise and the ability for the students on each content, on each concept, and in general. This kind of model then is used in the adaptive model, in the adaptation model, which has actually a 2-fold objective. The first one is to define or better calculate which are the difficulty of each exercise and also the student's ability. We already had some experience with item response theory. So in this first iteration, we used this kind of theory, which is very well known, and in particular, Rash model and rating scale models to calculate and to estimate the difficulties and the students' abilities. The second objective is actually how to select the best exercise for that students. So the actual algorithm for the adaptation. The algorithm works as follows. It's quite straightforward. It's simple. The first thing is that we set all the exercise that belongs to the first concept that the students either did not practice or had very low ability. This is the requirement to be fine-grained. Then we choose the exercise that, according to the estimated student ability, has a difficulty which is higher, but closest to the difficulty value. This to to offer a challenging exercise, but not too much frustrating, not too much far from the estimated ability of the student. Then we remove this selected exercise from the pool of exercise available for the next iteration. And finally, we up-to-date the difficulty and the ability of the exercise students for the next iteration. So we developed the first version of this tool. And this is the interface from top to bottom. This reflects the suggestion given by the students. On top, the concept, so which is central tendency. The exercise, the same that I showed when I talked about the educational scenario. Then the area where to copy and paste the solution, a button to receive feedback and an estimation of the correctness of the exercise. Then the estimated ability of the student related to this concept in terms of stars. And then 2 buttons to move from the next exercise or to quit the adaptive testing. Then we evaluated this interface with the same students that gave us the requirements. And we first asked if the interface was as expected, if it was easy to use, we used the single list question metric. And we asked them to provide a comment on how to improve the interface. The results, the interface was as expected. Was evaluated, I can say, with a good result, which is 5.6/7. And there are several suggestions, mostly to try to also make easier the way in which to execute the exercises without switching from the 2 softwares. In conclusion, what I presented is it's a report about this first iteration. So the role also of UCD in this way of developing this tool, which already used in several projects and always gave us a lot of good results. So it's also another, say, a suggestion to all of you. It's really useful when you want to give something to the students. As future work, of course, we think that the context of use does not need updates. So we want to finalize the development and then to try this tool with a larger cohort of students to see if the design choices are acceptable, if it's usable, the students' engagement, and also the frustration, which was something that the students say that they want to avoid, and the efficacy of the adaptive model, which means in the long term, if there are improved, better learning outcomes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any question in the audience? There is a question.
Yes, hello. Thanks for your interesting talk. So you said it was not appreciated by the students to include the online R console into your tool because they would lose all the benefits from the R tool. Would it be possible to go the other way around and include your tool into the R Studio as an extension or something like that?
Okay. Okay. Unfortunately, our studio is we can do something completely different. It should be a very completely, I can say, rewrite of the engine and everything, because our studio is gives some sort of functionalities to load the data set, etc. So it's developed essentially to make this kind of exercises, but also adding the possibility to receive structural feedback, etc. should be really difficult, but could be something that could be worth studying and see if it's possible to do. Let's see, I can say, I won't say quickly, but at least with a reasonable effort.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much.
Any more questions in the audience? No? Right. I have a question. I mean, do you plan to use this as a, out the class tool so your student prepare for the data science course?
Yeah.
In the same way that there are some automatic judge for the code in different disciplines, this is a long-term outcome?
Well, actually, the tool which is not adaptive, it's already used by the students in this context. So they prepare before the final exam with more structured exercises. So for formative assessment, they currently use it. What I'm trying to do is to improve it in terms of the adaptive fashion, but we already have, and we observed improved learning outcomes.
Yeah, and are you collecting analytics information from the student usage?
Yes, we have some logs about the use. We have also the measure about the engagement for some of the questionnaires, and something about disability but we collect them in the past. So what we observed in the first release, in the previous release, that was useful. We have an improvement also in the engagement and an improvement in the learning outcomes. But I see also some further space of improvements in all of these aspects. So that's why we started this kind of new research.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Okay, and the next presenter will be myself. So I will try to follow the schedule and not to do overtime. It will try to control myself. I will introduce the work done in collaboration with Antonio Calvo Morata, that's assistant professor in my department at the Complutense University. And this, the title is Serious Games for Social Problems. So I am a professor in computer science and serious games, and I also the director of the Telefonica Complutense chair on digital education and serious games. So I'm teaching a module about serious game in the game developing engineer degree at the Complutense University. And we have been for some time working on serious games for addressing serious social problems such as bullying, cyberbullying, some other problems more technically related, such improving learning of coding in school for promoting girls' participation. And in this case, we want to address the sex and gender discrimination. And we try to address with a serious game. I mean, it's difficult to reach the youngster. There is some ideological blocking in some cases. So this gender discrimination has a very serious consequences, such as in the long term inequality and also violence. And we were not to want to focus on this violence because they are very specific problems for dealing with that. But I mean, the problem is a very prevalent problem across countries and different cultures. It's not something that you can isolate to a specific part of the world. And the problem is that these sex and gender discrimination issues are very tough and very difficult to be addressed at the school. There are very few educational interventions that has been proved effective in the long term that are able to change the perception of the youngster. It's also true that it's in many cases linked to the cultural habits and traditions. And it is clear they have a serious consequences in schools. In some cases, there are limited access for girls, or there are different school access, different expectations from girls to boys in schools. Of course, we have already seen some works here in this conference about the problem of having women in STEM. It's because of these sex roles and stereotypes. And of course, this is also affecting the labor market in terms of wage discrimination, glass ceiling, and some other problems. Serious games are those games that not only aim to enjoy you and to have a very good time. They need to engage you, but the idea is different. These serious games could be learning games, but not only learning games, because we have also these awareness games or advertisement games. There are plenty of examples. And the idea is those games are really attractive to young population, and they have been proven very effective dealing with very complex social problems, such as creating awareness about bullying and cyberbullying, about racial discrimination, because you can play the role of someone who is racialized and seeing all these kind of things that you will never experience because you are just a white male, Caucasian. And the idea is you will never experience this in your real life, but in a game you can experience first person. And also it has been used, for instance, in the American Army to fight bias and prejudice, for instance, in the analyzing of information. The idea is those games are really engaging for the youngster. They have these short feedback loops, and they allow you to explore situations that will never happen in your life. So taking all this into account, our objective was to create and develop a serious games for addressing this aspect of the gender discrimination, and providing a use case with actual data, because will be deployed in schools, and getting all the analytics so we can have more information about what is actually happening when deploying in real settings. And also, if we can generalize, learn from that and generalize to some other societal problems. And we have been also been successful dealing with bullying and cyberbullying. We want to see if we can reuse that experience for this gender discrimination and trying to even generalize to other societal problems when you need to increase awareness in the user, in the youngsters. And the idea in that case is the game will be only one of the phases. The idea is to provide no previous explanation, so you cannot be blocked this conscientiously. You need to play the game with no previous information. Experience that situation, and after that, to initiate a discussion with the teacher. So we have created La Entrevista, the interview. The target are youngsters from 16 to 25 years, to be used in the last years in the high school and at the university, and to provide first-hand experience of what is feeling discrimination, which is not so simple. And so we use a game trick. The idea is you will be playing, it's a first-person game. You don't see yourself, you don't see your avatar inside the game. The game is your window to the world. And the trick is that all the users will be playing as a female, but they don't know it in advance. So they will be subjected to difficult questions and some situations that are strange for you if you are a male. And also, it's even a racialized player, because it's an Afro-American girl, the one who is playing the game. We trick the user because apparently the goal of the game is to get a job. So you have a CV, you are a technical worker in STEM, you are a programmer, and you need to pass an interview to get a job. So the user is tricked into trying to learn all the details into the CV so they can be proficient and answering the questions. But then the dialogues began to be different. Also, you have situation in a cafeteria at the company where you will observe some other people conversation that include gender observation and jokes that are usually normalized and could be very, aggressive. And so the analysis here was to trying to determine how can we do this for which will be the target, and how can we work on this aspect, because we were adopting if it's about only gender, it will be also about promotion of girls in STEM. So we do try to do a kind of mix, and of course we want to do something that is simple enough to develop, that could be easily maintained, because one of the problems with the games is the games can be working this year, but there will be changes in the platforms, in the mobile devices, in the all the technology, and it's difficult to keep the game running in the long term. So we focus on point-and-click adventure game that is easy to develop, easy to maintain, and it is good enough for the purpose because it's more about reflection and not so about quick pace of action. And we go through a requirement acquisition and design. Actually, that was proposed initially as one of the student project in my module of serious games for those game developers, engineers. And the idea was to interview 10 people, 8 girls and 2 boys about computer science and mathematics background, to create the story and to make it realistic in terms of situations and the dialogues. Is where there we decide to use this first-person game with this female main character, and we decide to include some more extreme situation of gender that was very clear situation of gender that could be easily identified, but we also to include some other more subtle question about which is your long-term plan in your life and these kind of things. But still, the user thinks that they have this curriculum to check and to learn. And of course, in this development process, we focus on these adventure games. The developers were the students, driven by a female team, with also one male included there. And they create the first prototype that later on was improved with a small grant from the Telefonica chair on serious games for producing the final games. As a tool, we use UAdventure, that is a tool that we have created that greatly simplified the development of games, because it's an environment where you don't need to program for creating the game. It's built on top of Unity, and it allows to create point-and-click adventure games, but also geolocated games for doing all kind of gincanas and discovery through space things. It is designed for non-expert, and it allows also simplify the validation, because it's also integrates automatic player tracking. It's include by default analytics, so it is pretty easy to collect all the information. What kind of information do we want to capture here? The thing is, in most of the cases, there's very basic information capture about the games. For instance, what is the playing time? But we also want to know if people are trying to skip the dialogues or the avoid to reading, which is pretty common with males playing. And we want to know if the playing time is adequate for being used in a class, or if there's different results from girls to boys in this kind of things. So we created an experimental design where we have a pre-test, playing the serious game, a post-test, and the game is intended for short time playing time, and it's later after playing the game when the teacher can lead a discussion with the students. It has been tested in 2 schools, one a vocational art and design school in Ruby near Barcelona, and we have also tested initially with 6 students from a teacher master degree at the Faculty of Education in the Complutense University. All this experimental design, it's following the GDPR compliance, because we provide anonymization codes for the student, and we are able to track and to relate the pre-test, the analytics in the game and the post-test. So we can see, for instance, we will discard information in the post-test if the student has not completely played and finished the game. The initial results are very promising. There is no, I mean, we have proof, but it's still with a very limited number of users, that the game is effective in increasing awareness. And of course, we have some feedback about the things that we need to improve in terms of policing a little bit more the game. I mean, creating a good quality game, even if it's a simple adventure game, is still complex. We have tested what is the kind of increasing in awareness based on male, females, and gender independent things, or students who don't declare the gender. I mean, we have been proved with this still limited data that it's initially effective. We need to test it more. And so we think that we have been proving that serious games could be a very useful tool for addressing these kind of problems, that some of these results can be generalized to some other related difficult problems to be deployed in school. Of course, we are creating also a teaching guide so that the teachers don't need to be experts. As we see previously with AR, it's complex to deploy a new technology. You need to provide support for the teachers. And of course, we think that the only way to progress in this as a research community is to provide games that should be free open codes, and other people can learn from your games, can even adapt to their own situation and improve it based on that. And of course, you need to publish results and even data. Data is a little bit more difficult because when we are working with minors, GDPR is very strict on this kind of things, so it's difficult to share the data, but at least you have all the analytics already installed in the game, so you can see which is the information we are collecting. We consider this can be generalized to other problems. We are improving La Entrevista to have a better game, and we plan to run large experiments in schools. Large experiment that we run with the bullying and cyberbullying game. We do an experiment with more than 1,000 students in 12 different educational institutions. In this case, we are not only using in schools, we are also reaching an agreement with Cruz Roja, with the Spanish Red Cross, for using in their outreach community training for, and when this gender aspect is one of the key aspects. And thank you very much. I respect more or less my time. Is any question? I cannot do a question to myself, so please. There's a question at the back.
Thanks for this very good presentation. Thanks for this informative presentation. I have a small question. Have you considered adapting this game or this approach with some female-male inequality in some domains? Because it's some mythical topics like female students usually go to some biological domains other than informatics or computer science. And so can you adapt this approach to address something like that?
Actually, I mean, the thing was, initially we were considering to do a game for promoting STEM, for promoting girls to go to STEM studies. But then we discovered it was too difficult to put the two things together in the same game. Still, here, there's some discussion in the classroom with the professor, with the teacher, about, because one of the initial situations that I don't describe is when you go to the interview, the first thing dealing with the desk in the company is they say, you know, the secretary work is in the interviews in the third floor. So it's a kind of shock. They, no, I'm here for the work as a programmer. So he was trying to address this aspect of females having a very good career in STEM and these kind of things. But it's not the main. Later on, we only include some aspect. But it was difficult to include both things on the same on the same game. And also the discussion, this is intended for being used in one of the classes for orientation, but it's only 1 hour. So the idea was, this game will have a playing time around 20-25 minutes. And later on, the teacher has already half an hour discussion time. And that was the idea. We tried to do it for promoting STEM. We're doing a different project that is being presented now in the SETE, in the other by one of my students. She's a PhD student from Mexico, is trying to deal with sex stereotypes in a much younger age. But the problem is that, I mean, the decision of studying STEM or not is made quite early for girls. Actually, depending on the author, they say that about 6 to 8 years old, they already have an idea if they are good at math or not, for instance. And it's a really, in some cases, it's not related with reality. So it's more a kind of sexual stereotype, of gender stereotype. We are addressing this for kids and for primary school in Mexico, but we are going to very basic things because in Mexico, gender issues are different from Europe. And also there, the culture is very important. And I don't think the same game will be applicable in Europe, in Mexico, or even in South Asia. So I think there will be very cultural differences. This is because we think that our games should be provided as an open free code so that you can improve our games, change situation, do some cultural adaptation, not only translation, but cultural adaptation to something that is closer to your cultural keys, that we are not expert into that. So we will not be proficient in doing this kind of games. And the idea is, if your game is not going commercial and you still want to have an impact, what not going into the open? Our games are shared on GitHub, so you can reuse even the graphics. Of course, with non-commercial purposes, I'm providing reference to the original work, but this is our approach. Thank you for your question.
Hello, Malta. Thanks for your presentation. You mentioned different social problems that you are trying to face with this kind of serious games. I think that the interview is a common situation that all our students needs to pass in the future and be awareness of this kind of biases. I think that is important. But how you analyze the different situations that you have when you are working with the intersectionality of gender. Be a woman per se is a problem in an interview. But if you have, for example, some other problems, like other gender problems associated, like, for example, racism or with different cultures, in some situation, it's too difficult to ask about. Due to for example, the culture. In Spain, it's too hard ask about your color of your skin or where, this kind of things. But in America, for example, it's normal. It's quite normal as for how you analyze or, these different variables that you have or you are working in your through your serious games.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. I mean, I have a privileged situation because I teach a module about serious games. So for instance, every single year I have 8 to 12 projects from my students where I propose them to research different topics. For instance, this year I have a group of people who are working about how to live a day being a transgender, how to live a day being a fluid person. So not all of these student projects are successful. So we select the ones who are better designed, who has more promising situation, and we extend it. And we do some small research with the students with undergraduate students on the topics, and they are very good at developing games. So we are privileged in that part, so we can do some research about how to approach this. Still, it's a complex problem. But here, the game, in the intervention of the game is just one of a portion, because the idea is, in many cases, when you begin to give a class about gender discrimination, there is an initial bias from the student, so they block the message. Here, the idea is you don't provide any context to the game, to the students. Say you have to play the game, and you have to win in the game. And they understand the message. And they think that they need to be hired. They need to play well to be hired at the interview. They don't have any cue that this is about gender discrimination. So we avoid this. Could be political, could be social, could be familiar, could be personal bias, blocking the message. So they need to experience it and later on to reflect on that. So this is our, let's say, more innovative approach in this case. And it is up to the teacher. So we only want to provide a common experience that will be a partial experience to the whole classroom, but sets the minimum to have a rich conversation after that. And it's up to the teacher. So we provide with a guide about how to use this effectively. And we have tested in the previous game about bullying and cyberbullying with not only educational experts, but also with Cruz Roja trainers, Red Cross trainers for youngsters and about peer violence and all these kind of things. And that works. That works because youngsters are attracted to games and they understand the message and the medium. And after that, it's up to the trainer or the facilitator to extend that conversation to some other aspect. And there, we cannot be sure till what extent it will be done, but at least you have a common base. I mean, for instance, a male that has never experienced this kind of discrimination will have an experience because they have lived that quite personally at being in the game. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, I need to move on because the presenter was using more time than expected. So now, please, next presentation will be done by Nader Nasser, that will be presented contextual ontology-based feature selection for teachers. Okay, wherever you want. Yes.
Hello, everyone. I will present to you today. The paper contextual ontology-based feature selection for teachers. It's a joint work with Christine Lahoud from the French University in Egypt and Marie-Hélène Abel from University of Technology in Compiègne, France. First of all, we need to know the motivation to our work. Due to the rapid development in the educational sector, and especially in the past few years, due to the digital transformation that was forced due to the pandemic, it impacted all the actors of the educational sector, learners, administrative staff, but especially teachers. And teachers were forced to find new methodologies and new ways to teach. And in order to do that, it was very difficult due to the different contexts that they usually coexist. They are existing in multiple intersecting contexts, like living context, working context, and additionally, due to the last changes, the sentimental state. So, in order to help teachers, we can recommend to them some methodologies or resources to use in their courses. But in order to do that, we have a problem with dealing with large amount of data from the different contexts and different sources that led to a complex representation of this data. So we have two major problems: the large data sets and the complex representation. Also, that led us to reduce the amount of data used. So we need to extract the exact features that represent each of the different contexts. And we faced another problem: the high complexity and the computational overhead of finding the proper features to represent these contexts. So we proposed some solutions. First, by using a variance-based unsupervised feature selection approach that works fine with large data sets. Also, the ontology representations that can represent the different complex contexts together, and also the semantic reasoning to find some similarities. So there are no redundancies between teachers. And the last proper solution will be a formal concept analysis clustering that will find intentions between teachers and extensions between features. So it will reduce the computational overhead. So now we try to find an existing research that address these problems or use these solutions. We found first searched for variance-based feature selection approaches that uses the same solutions we proposed. We found 8 selected approaches. They are using relatively approaches similar to what we are trying to do, but all of them were using small data sets. They are using it in different domains other than the educational domain. And the only one approach uses the ontology representation of the context of mechanical production domain. So we didn't find the solution in different domains, but we went to the educational related feature selection approaches. The problem is that we found 2 major reviews addressing the educational data mining systems. All of them were targeting student performance, nothing about teachers. And they trying to solve the computational overhead by using the embedded feature selection algorithm with the mining tool, which is not a good solution. And finally, most of them use the unsupervised wrapper feature selection algorithm because they are using small data sets to test their approach. So we propose the contextual ontology-based feature selection approach that targeting teachers. It has 4 main functionalities. First one, to map teachers' data into an ontology representation. Then we try to find similar teacher context based on SWIR reasoning. After that, we select the top features using the variance-based feature selection, and we reduce the data set and to be clustered and find connections between teachers and features. So first, with the ontology representation, we used the extended teacher context ontology. It's a previous work of the same team. It represents the living context, working context of the teacher alongside the sentimental state with the mood detection ontology. With this ontology, we can find a proper representation of the different contexts of teacher. And we use this representation to find similar teachers with the same context. So we will reduce the computational overhead of re-executing the same approach or the same algorithm again and again. by the swirl reasoning. We used 6 main points to search for similarities. First, the experience, teaching styles, spoken languages, field of science, and of course, the living environment and the working environment. Then we vectorized the data, the extracted data from the ontology, and we applied 2 filtering algorithms. It's a semi-hybrid approach because both of them are from filtering unsupervised feature selection. First, with the information gain to find the importance between the mutual information importance between all features, and we use this to calculate the threshold that we will use in the variance-based approach, which is finding features with top variances, and then we reduce the data set of teachers with new selected features, and we use it in clustering. We use formal component analysis, which find in an ontology-like representation the intentions between teachers, the connections between teachers, and also the connections between features, the extensions. So it will be easier to find common teachers with a set of features, or common features with set of teachers. So due to the limited time, we have a very quick example. We use the correlation coefficient calculation to find the dependencies between the features. We are testing this approach with a data set of 100 teachers, along with 46 features. Here we can find from the heat map that the feature number 12, which is first language as English, is depending on other features, so it should be eliminated. So in order to test our approach with this example, we calculated first the information gain importance, and you can see that the first language English is very low. It's the first low one from below, and due to the calculated threshold, we know that after the calculating the variance, it will be eliminated. But we have to say that also the sentimental state or the mood features are relatively low as well. So it may be eliminated, but it's very important. So we'll see what will happen. So in the final selection, we found that our approach, the first one from the left, eliminated the first language as English language, because it's relatively not important, but the mood features are very well represented. But you can see that in other approaches, it was eliminated. So it's not neglecting important features in the teacher context. In order to conclude our presentation, first we introduced a new contextual ontology-based feature selection approach that can be used not only with teachers but with other domains and other actors. We highlighted the effect of using the ontology representation with the feature selection and the swirl reasonings that can reduce the computational overhead. Also, we use the semi-hybrid approach because we are using 2 feature selection methods from the same category, so it's not fully hybrid. And finally, in order to prove the effectiveness of our approach, we are trying to extend our experiments with a new data set that will include 100 teachers with more features and more data. That's the references, and thanks everyone. I'll be happy to
Okay,
answer all of your questions.
thank you very much. Is there any question in the audience? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the interesting presentation. I'm not an expert in your area, so I was wondering, you said you work with data sets from 100 teachers. Is that a lot or little, or so how would you need more teachers? Would that improve your approach, or is 100 teachers the best?
No, 100 teachers is relatively little. It's a little number, but you know, we have difficulties with providing information about your living context, your working context, so some privacy concerns would lead to this. So what we are working on now on the effect of excluding some important information and how it will impact our approach. So we are trying to work with 100 teachers, and we are conducting a new survey that will address more teachers, and we hope that we can collect more data.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is any more question in the audience? No? Okay, I have a question. I mean, I have to declare that I use formal concept FCA in my PhD long time ago. So it surprised me that you use formal concept analysis as a technique with ontologies, because I mean, formal concept analysis already provide a structure in the domain that is automatic, depending on which are the kind of the attributes that you use. So the concepts are automatically constructed in base of your attributes. So, I mean, it's curious thing that you put formal concept analysis at the end of your. I mean, are you using formal concept analysis as a query system? I mean, because it reduces quite easily your search tree, because this only allows selection of sorry for being probably a little bit too technical, but they know the implementation details of those kind of techniques, and so that allows to do a very quick search and query, because based on those attributes. You are using for that, or you are using for different things?
No, I'm using it for this purpose.
For querying.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, because it's very easy to even construct a small ontology of the output of the FCA, and we can use it to run square reasoning. So it's like a win-win for both.
Yeah, that could be the second part, because usually, I mean, ontologies mean, human computer generated structure, but on the other hand, formal concept analysis provide already a structure on a domain that probably was not previously structured, only giving you object with attributes. So it's good for creating taxonomies and organizing taxonomies that has attributes. And so, but here you're still working with ontology that has been humanly created. I mean, they provide this organization. So it's a kind of contradiction in terms of using formal concept analysis at the end for query something that has been manually constructed. So, I mean, it could be effective, but it's strange. I mean, are you planning also to analyze with your attributes if of course, formal concept analysis has explanation problems because it creates some objects that are not easily to link with reality.
Yeah.
But, I mean, are you trying to do it also from the initial perspective of the domain organization or not?
It's the main motivation to use FCA was computational overhead, because we usually when we try to rerun the square reasoning again on the initial ontology, the human-made ontology, it's very complex and it takes a lot of time. So in order to solve that, we use the
speed up the processing.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for this technical work, but question. It's not so common that someone present a technique that you have been using in your PhD long time ago.
Yeah,
It's not evolved so much about lattices and this kind of thing. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Now is the turn of Afan Atmah. Hopefully I didn't pronounce it badly. That will present the word, can educators develop digital role-playing games? Looking forward for your presentation. Okay.
Right, so hello. Today my presentation is basically presenting an outcome from a usability study of an educator-oriented tool that we've developed specifically for educators. So the problem with Balthazar has introduced you with serious games, so I don't have to go in depth in what serious games are. So basically, the issue with serious game is that we still see a lack of adoption of serious games in the classroom, and there are many reasons. But the focus in our research is that getting suitable games to be used in the classroom is very difficult. And another issue is creating custom games. It's very complicated, right? So if we look at a typical workflow, we can see a lot of various stakeholders involved. Educators providing the learning materials, and then we have game designers who will then use those materials to come up with suitable gameplay design. And then design will then be implemented by various other stakeholders, such as graphic designers, programmers, and whatnot, right? And the whole cycle might involve several iterations as well. Okay, so in general, the whole process might be very complicated, time-consuming, and very expensive. So it's not really accessible to most educational institutions, especially for individual educators who want to use games in the classroom. Okay, and we can also see that in the typical workflow, educators' responsibility are still restricted. They don't have much input throughout the whole process. So that's so in relation to our main research, we are proposing an educator-oriented platform. So basically, in this proposed platform, we are focusing on two aspects of the creation process. So the first one is the design method, which aims to guide educators to convert existing instructions into gameplay design. Specifically a role-playing game genre. Now, the reason why we chose this genre is because it has the most complex gameplay, because it has elements of simulation, adventure games, and whatnot, right? So, and the second component is the authoring tool. So these are the authoring tools that educators will use to implement their design into the working game, right? So that's the focus of our presentation. So basically, the authoring tool is a web-based application which educators use to create games, and then the game data will then be stored in the database, and students can then access and run these games using a companion web-based game engine. So essentially, the whole process again allows a quick creation of games without code compilation, right? So for the authoring tool, we employ various interfaces that should be familiar to educators, without requiring them to have knowledge in graphic design, for example, or programming. Okay, so for example, we make use of standard form controls to configure most part of the role-playing games, and we also make use of simple drawing editors, which uses simple drawing operations, which should be familiar to educators based on their experience using tools such as PowerPoint or Microsoft Word, right? So allows quick creation of all these elements. And the last aspect of a role-playing game, the most important thing, is the quest. So quest is essentially the game challenge or problems that students need to solve in the game world. So we incorporate a block-based programming for educators to be able to program the quest. So essentially what we did was we have devised a block language specifically for the authoring tool. So this block language will address all the core components of a role-playing game quest. So we have developed a high fidelity prototype of the authoring tool, and we have recently conducted a usability study on 10 lecturers, which were recruited from a local university in my country, Brunei. So during the usability study, each participant were required to complete several tasks in relation to creating a serious role-playing game within 1 hour. So at the start of the study, they were provided several documents, content, which contains all the information about the game that they need to create, and a list of tasks that they can use as a checklist. And then at the end of each task during the study session, they have to rate the difficulty of the task in relation to the tool. And also the completion time was recorded as well. And then at the end of the study, they were then asked to answer the useful satisfaction and ease of use questionnaire in order to identify the usability of the tool as a whole, right? So essentially the SEQ and the use questionnaire are both a 7 Likert scale questionnaire. So if you look at the results of the study, most of the tasks were able to be completed by all of the participants, except for the task relating to creation of the quest. Now, if we look into the quest creation task, it involves several subtasks. And one of the subtasks involves the use of the block-based programming. So that's where 30% of them failed to complete. But we anticipated this to be the case because 80% of the participants had no experience in using block-based programming. And actually, I think 60% of them have no, they're not really proficient in programming. And in fact, one of them have no programming background at all. So the fact that 70% of them were able to program the quest using the block-based programming was still, I think, a satisfactory outcome in our perspective, right? Now, in terms of the time completion, most of the tasks took no more than 5 minutes because they only involve textual data entry, except for the 2 tasks again. So the game world task involves drawing the environment of the game. So educators need to draw the world map and several buildings that players can visit in the game. So naturally, a lot of drawing activity involved. So it took around 20 minutes to complete. As well as the quest creation, because it involves the block-based programming as well. And since most of the participants had no experience in block-based, so naturally we expected that that was around the time that they should take. So in terms of the difficulty of the task, most of it were generally easy to very easy, as identified by most of the participants. This is the average, by the way, except for, again, for the block-based programming, which we found to be at the middle ground. So some of them find difficult, some of them just around, 50-50. So based on the useful satisfaction and ease of use questionnaire, in general, they found the tool to be very useful, easy to learn, and they're satisfied with the outcome, especially considering most of them, 80% of them have never developed games before. So to be able to create games, they were really satisfied with the outcome and what they did, except for the ease of use. And that relates to, it's still considered satisfactory since it's still 5 towards the easy spectrum. But again, this relates to the block-based programming aspect. So we have also identified some qualitative data, positives and negatives, as given by the participants as feedback. So in general, they found that the tool was easy to learn and understand because it was familiar to them. The interfaces that they've experienced through the tool was similar to the things that they've done before. So it wasn't new to them, except for, in general, except for the block-based programming again. So this is where most of the difficulty comes in, because they needed time to familiarize with the whole block-based programming concept. But one interesting note is that the time spent, they thought, was very long. Generally, the study took 1 hour for them to create a game. So most of them have never experienced game development before, so they have no baseline to make comparisons with, as opposed to 2 of the participants who have experience in developing games and using tools such as Unity. So for them, the ability for them to create all the visuals and all the programming in this tool was quite relatively easy compared to using Unity. Because in Unity, you have to resort to using other tools as well, and also using programming. So generally, the tool is quite easy, useful, and satisfying to use for educators who have no experience or background knowledge in creating games or programming. Well, of course, they found the block-based programming aspect to be the most difficult aspect in the tool, but still it was manageable for them, bearing in mind that it was the first time they came coming into contact with the concept of block-based programming. So it took them a while to grasp it. But once they start doing a little bit of the block-based programming, they started to understand exactly what they needed to do and how to go about doing it. So in general, the concept interfaces and the workflow authoring tool in the authoring tool was really suitable for those who have no background in game development. But of course, one limitation of this study was that we are only focused in this one authoring tool. So it might be useful in the future for us to compare this authoring tool against existing serious game specific authoring tools to identify the different workflow and features and to compare the suitability of those workflow. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. There's any comment in the audience?
Yeah.
Hi, yeah, thank you very much for the interesting talk. I was wondering about the block-based programming. You said that was one of the most complicated things that the teachers had to do. What was your rationale or reasoning to make the teachers program it themselves rather than having, for example, some predefined types of tasks, like have a fetch quest, and then the user can customize or personalize what items are to be fetched, how many of them, maybe where they are in the game world, rather than having them to use a programming language, even if it's block-based programming, rather than a more narrative interface.
Yeah, well, the reasoning is because the thing about role-playing game quests is it has a structure, you know, where it takes place, what students need to do, and what happens when they do those things, right? So essentially, it's like creating a Google quiz, where you create a list of questions and then answers. So essentially, that was the reason why block-based programming was the perfect way to go, because with block-based programming, what teachers see is basically sentences. So they don't have to think logics of the computational logics here.
Yeah, but it still looked a bit scary, I assume. It looked like programming. If it's that clearly structured, why not have them just fill in the blanks question, like, hello, student, your task is to find and then blank, so 5 tomatoes, or I don't know what.
Yeah.
So why the block programming interface?
Yeah. So basically, I'm sorry, I didn't have time to elaborate more on the blocks. Essentially, that's what the block in the authoring tool is. It's just a list of sentences and then fill in the blanks. Yes. So there's no if-else structure. There's no control structures and whatnot. Yeah. It's just creating a list of sentences.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Is there any more questions from the audience? No? I have a question. I mean, so in this role playing, the environment, they need to move around so they can find what? Another players, non-playing character that has already programmed behavior. I mean, because the conversational part, I grasp it, but
yeah,
it was not very clear to me. I mean, this working environment, how it is, I mean, it's proposed again.
Yes, so basically all the logics are built into the blocks. So all the educators need to do is they can carry one block and then the block will say, okay, this player will need to find this object. Okay, so
it's about finding things in the game. I mean, which is the main purpose? I mean,
yeah, basically educators can do a lot of activities, any activities, finding, fixing, talking, yeah. So it depends on the blocks that they use. So each block will have the specific actions.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is scenario, I mean, how important is this scenario in this role-playing game?
Very important. Yes, that's why in one of the aspect of the yeah, so is a pointer. Okay, yeah. So the design method is where educators will create the real world scenario that they can then implement in the authoring tool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I mean, for creating the conversation, usually it's better to use a graph.
Yes.
A graph that a blocking structure with this is complex.
Yes.
Still, if you don't say no, it's not a if then else.
Yeah.
But at the end, it's a if then else even graphically.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some cases, I mean, people are not proficient at writing theater plays because they don't understand conversation when they are written.
Yeah.
But they see if that works when they see operated or recreated in a game.
Yeah.
But people tend to understand better, I mean, graphical representation. Okay, here's the question. If the answer is yes, you go here.
Yeah.
And there's an effect that is launched here. I mean, this is more or less the way that our tool, UAdventure works.
Yeah. Yes.
Because we have a graphical editor for the conversation. It used to be one of the main problems in the situation. So it was kind of things. I mean, it's quite interesting, these blog things, but I mean, we are also trying to teach youngsters to work with, I mean, kind of a scratch environment. And it's, I mean, it's easy, but not so easy. So if the teacher has no any programming background, it could be very complex for them.
So I think that's why it would be nice for me to compare the different types of interfaces in terms of programming.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And last but not least, we have Milena Lazarova from Bulgaria that will present the work challenges in the implementation of web-based digital content repository for teachers in Bulgaria. The floor is yours.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. My name is Milena Lazarova. I'm from the Technical University of Sofia, Bulgaria, head of Department of Computer Systems, and my co-author, Professor Rubnian Nakov, is Dean of the Faculty of Computer Systems and Technologies at the same university. So I'm going to present work that we have done for development of a nationwide e-learning library for sharing resources, teaching resources between teachers in primary and secondary school in Bulgaria. That's the short agenda of the presentation that I will keep on. So the introduction is the idea and the goal of this work. It was actually the reason to develop this platform, web-based platform, was the forced e-learning during the COVID pandemic in March 2020. We were lacking such a nationwide e-learning library for the teachers in Bulgaria, and it was very important to quickly design and develop such a system. The work was supported by the Ministry of Education in Bulgaria. And doing this design and development, we need to also think of not only covering the e-learning periods during the COVID pandemic, but also to prepare a library that will be afterwards also used. So the system is designed and developed as a web-based platform for sharing educational resources of many different types between primary and secondary teachers in Bulgaria. It was designed as a three-layered architecture with a front-end, back-end, and a database for storing the resources. The front-end is Angular-based, the back-end is using Nest.js, and the database is MySQL database. The Modules of the front end cover different functionalities of the system as user authentication, material auditing, file sharing, file management, and resource sharing management. And the corresponding services at the backend also cover similar functionalities. So there are different user roles in the system. The guest user has access to the public part of the publicly available resources. The teachers share their resources, store them as a draft, and later they can also make them publicly available. And we have a school principal, or this is the administrator, who is managing the user roles and the auditing of the materials in the system. So the learning material has different features that are the title, the status, the subject area, the subject and the grade, also the type of the material, a little bit of annotation, and of course the attached files. All these features are later used for the filtering and searching of resources in the platform. So the challenge is the system should be heterogeneous so that could be able to store different type of materials with all these features and also different file types and resources. It also should provide simultaneous and intensive in some periods access from different users. So this should be, and it was implemented at the software level. And last but not least, the user interface of the system should provide easy access for different type of users with different skills and abilities to use the system. So a little bit of a glance of how the system looks like as a user interface. It has all these filtering and search criteria based on the types of resources shared, the grade, the subject area, and also the type of the resource material. So the system was designed and developed really very quickly and being operational by the end of March 2020. Actually, it was used since then up till now by teachers in schools in Bulgaria. We have a little bit more than 2,300 schools in primary and secondary schools in Bulgaria. We also have some schools abroad for which the national web-based platform for sharing learning materials is really very important as well, not only for them, but also for these teachers. So a little bit of the statistics of system usage up to now for this more than 2 years. Now we have more than 100,000 users registered, and these are almost all the teachers in primary and secondary schools in Bulgaria and in the other schools abroad. We have a little bit more than 8,500 resources uploaded in the systems, and we have more than 1 million downloads of the materials. We have materials downloaded more than 3,000 times each. So a little bit more statistics of the usage. This is just for a 2-month period in the end of the previous year. So we have 1/4 of the users of the system to be returning users, not just a new one. And what is really very nice about this web-based learning platform is that it is worldwide used by teachers that need these resources that supports them in their teaching. So mainly the users are situated in Bulgaria, but also the system is very important for the Bulgarian schools abroad. A little bit more of the geographic distribution of the users. We have users from many different countries. Also, the demographic distribution of the users shows that users are from all age groups, young pedagogical specialists, and also a little bit older professionals. So all of them use the system with ease, and it supports them in their daily work. The female-male distribution is 50% male, the other female, but this is actually the structure of the female-male gender in Bulgaria, so it's just normal. It's not something abnormal in this case. So we have also created a survey among the teachers, which gives very positive results about the system. We have a lot of returning users that use the system regularly, also by all age groups, and also already mentioned it's important, and this is what the teachers says for them, especially those that are abroad and they need to get access to resources prepared by their colleagues to support their work. So even if the system was developed, designed and developed very quickly for this forced e-learning, distance learning process during the COVID pandemic, it is still very useful, and it has worldwide usage by the school. So it's really become a nation-wide library for sharing resources. It was supported by the Bulgarian Ministry of Education and by a nationwide research project. So thank you for your attention. And if you
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any question in the audience? I have a question. I mean, this repository is the official one, or?
Yes, it's official one. It's a nationwide one.
What is the, I mean, do you have any kind of procedure for including new content? I mean, who validates the new content that is added to the repository?
Yes, okay. This is the user, which is administrator. We call it the school principal. It might not be just one person per school, but more users, and school principal user can also be and is sometimes at the ministry side administrator. So the registration of teachers who could publish materials, and also the publishing of the materials is audited by these users.
So all the content in that repository has been validated
Yes.
by teachers.
Yes.
And it's already adapted to the Bulgarian curriculum.
Yes, that's it. It's
Okay.
and these are materials that are corresponding to the material, and before making them public, they are validated.
And do the teachers have any kind of benefits for putting the content there or not?
I'm not aware. Should be, I believe it is, but I'm not aware if this is part of their
Teaching duties,
yes, yes. As I say, teachers are eager to share, as their statistics show. They would like to share the materials, and they are really eager to help other teachers and also to use other resources. So this kind of a community sharing is really very, very good for them. But whether it is not required, whether it is supporting their personal qualification, and from the school point of view, I'm not really aware. Should be, I believe.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other question? Yeah, there's one question.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation. Is this system only for the teachers or also for the students to upload their homework or something like that?
Well, it's for the teachers. The users are registered by the school principal administrator, so only teachers could publish. The system is available for guest user for getting access to the resources. but teacher can publish student work as well. So this is one of the type of the resources. So teacher could publish a work of their students. They can publish also their own research, not only the teaching material.
Okay.
So it could be resources for testing, for teaching, also their own research could be published. So if it is a student work to be published, it will be under this category. So it could be shared with other resources, but only teachers are the users that could publish materials.
Okay. And when it comes to publishing material, is there only available for everybody or not available, or can you like make it available for my school only or for registered users only?
Well, right now, materials that are published are available for anyone, for any guest user, which does not require registration, but it might be extended quite easily because of this modular design architecture. It could be extended to accessing by different users. But then if we would like to give access just to particular students, that we need to register students as well. And this makes a little bit more difference. So it's a library and everyone could access it.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Now it's time. So thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you all the audience for being active and making questions, especially Matthias has been the most active in questions. Thank you very much, everyone, for this fruitful session face-to-face in ICWL conference. Thank you. Now is lunchtime. We will come